How can you
Oh, wait. Have I been muted this whole time? My bad, guys. Oh, sorry, guys. What's up, team? What I was saying was, let me know if you're watching anything today. Redbox is currently at 1120s. SIDU didn't do too much yesterday. It was mostly sideways and break even. Throughout market hours, we're right around 720s. Yesterday, we opened right around 770. So pretty much break even in terms of like the big range that we've had on SIDU. The SPY itself dropped yesterday, but then rebounded a little bit this morning. We're roughly at yesterday's open on the market on the SPY itself. Redbox 1120s. We have ELMS that's gapping up some. It's at 36 cents this morning. And so we're watching that as well. But yeah, let me know what you guys are watching. SIDU at 750s. Bro, why does my internet have to suck? That's my question. Why does my internet have to suck? Is y'all's... There we go. SIDU and Redbox. Yeah, we're watching that. AUVI is interesting also. I mean, AUVI tried. It had a pretty choppy day yesterday too. Mullen did as well. I mean, Mullen had this, quote, huge rip where yesterday it moved up 16 cents. Which honestly is not a bad percentage for Mullen to move up. It's just so choppy. Yeah, honestly, I'm just ready, man. We're supposed to get fiber optic sometime soon. What's going on Twitter this morning? SIDU backup dollar is 750. Honestly, the fact that the DEA is reporting a significant uptick in marijuana-related seizures and arrests, and our tax dollars are being spent by the DEA on prosecuting people for a relatively harmless drug relative to alcohol, opiates, or whatever you want to relate it to, is absolutely ridiculous. And it's just unfortunate that, like, law enforcement, instead of actually doing what needs to be done and just leaving that type of stuff alone and focusing on the actual dangerous things that are going on, instead they're desperate to make money. They're desperate to do whatever, and now our tax dollars are being wasted. It's unfortunate, in my opinion, you know. Wait, a Game of Thrones series about Jon Snow in development with Kit Harington? Dude, please do it. Please do it, man. Please do it. Honestly, I think the how can I find your email address, John? It's beginnertrading@gmail.com or john@beginnertrading.net. Both of those work. Hey, what's up, JB? Yeah, I got the scammer. What's up, Harry? I don't know if they're going to print or not, brother. Good luck, man. All right, so SIDU still at 730. So let's see if it can hold these gains. Yeah, man. Hey, what's up, William Street? This guy. Hey, what's up, man? Seizures as in police seizures. That headline is misleading. Good morning, peeps. Yeah, it's all a waste of our tax dollars, to be honest. In my opinion, we should just legalize all that stuff, to be honest. Honestly, I have probably a little bit of a radical take on this, but like, if you think about my logic behind believing it this way, then it kind of makes sense, you know. And just understand, before I say this, like, regardless of how you feel about any of these subjects, it's all love here. It doesn't matter. These are very polarizing issues, and so I hope you don't hold me personally, you know, for any of these things, because frankly, I think this is common sense, but like, it's very polarizing, especially in the media. And so I'd rather just kind of say, hey, look, regardless of what you believe, it's all love here. We still, you know, we can still be friends. But yeah, so in my opinion, anything that we try to prohibit that is going to be regularly used, regardless of legalization status, we should just stop wasting tax dollars on trying to control. People are going to consume cannabis regardless of what the legalization status is. And the fact that half of the country it's legalized and fine, and then the other half it's not, people are going to consume it regardless of anything. Regardless of anything, people are going to consume cannabis. And so throwing people in jail and seizing it from people is just a waste of our tax dollars. It's just wasting money. Our money is better spent in other places, law enforcement wise. And they understand that as well. Like law enforcement, I guarantee you, law enforcement understands that what they are doing is not helping the community. It's not helping it. If anything, keeping cannabis prohibited creates black markets and creates these illegal markets where people have to go to illegal drug dealers in order to get something that they're going to consume. And I'm not like I said, I'm not even like, I don't even use cannabis, but like it makes it worse. And in the end, we should just legalize it and let people do what they want to do as long as it's not hurting other people. I'll put it this way. Look at alcohol prohibition. That worked out great, didn't it? So why would we think cannabis prohibition, something almost the same, just a little bit different than a century ago, but very similar? Why would we think that would work? The only people that are really benefiting from it are law enforcement and pharmaceutical industries, but that's a different story, and the prison industry. Anyways, we got AKA in. It's up to 137th. How do I retweet an article on Twitter, man? You're making that too difficult. I want to retweet this article. Hey, what's up, Billy? What's up, Justin? ADN? Yeah, man, I watched ADN yesterday. Good morning. What cannabis stocks would you hold long term? I mean, if I had to hold any cannabis stock, I'd probably hold Tilray. But again, I'm not saying it's going to go up. I really don't know. But if I had to hold anything, it'd probably be Tilray. REV. Oh wow, REV is nicely up today too. Revenues of buyout posted in Discord. Yeah. Stocks just happy it's Friday. Yeah, man. Me too, dude. All right, guys. So Rev is at 296. And Rev kind of looks good, man. I mean, ELMS is up too. Here's Rev, REV, buyout. Catalyst is what people are saying. And JB said he posted it. Let me find it. When did the REV? Pfizer. All right, so yeah, to look at the catalyst here. And so yeah, Rev is trading higher. A report suggesting Reliance Industries is considering buying out the company, which recently filed for bankruptcy. Oh, wait, there's a way to block words and phrases on Discord. I can just block WhatsApp altogether. How do I do that? Let me see. Wait, what happened, man? I saw a way to do it. There's a way to block words now on Discord, which is great, honestly. Content moderation, commonly flagged words. Yes. Dope. All right, guys. So we're going to ban WhatsApp. Here we go. Boom. Somebody try to say WhatsApp in our Discord. Somebody help me out here. Revlon too big of a company not to get bought out, to be honest. Considering a buyout not confirmed. Hey, what's up, Tina? It probably is. I don't think women are gonna let Revlon go out of business. Somebody's gonna pick up that company. Yeah, for sure. Revlon's a big company, man. Yeah, quad witching day. I've been buying cannabis legally for years now, yet some people still have to go through their brother's sketchy friends. Yeah, for sure. And I've said it before and I've said it again. And even if you're against me on this issue, and I know some people are, and I understand it, what I'm asking for logic to reign here. And what I'm asking for is to people think about what I'm about to say objectively, because this is 100% how this happens. It's 100% why it's a gateway drug. And I know from personal experience, to be honest. Okay. The reason cannabis is a gateway drug is because you have to go to an illegal drug dealer to buy it. And eventually that illegal drug dealer is going to be like, yo, you want to try this too? And you're young and dumb and you're going to see this dude and you're curious, right? That is 100% how it happens. If you had to, if it wasn't prohibited and you could go to a licensed dispensary, it wouldn't be a gateway drug, because you're not going to have a sketchy drug dealer offering you other things, which is 100% why it's a gateway drug. And so cannabis is a gateway drug because it's illegal. You know, you want to fix it being a gateway drug, legalize it. You know, problem solved. But it's like nobody wants to hear that. You know. No, somebody say WhatsApp in our Discord. Somebody say WhatsApp in our Discord. Oh, DS did it, man, and it worked, bro. Look, that's dope. Thank you, DS, for testing it. Look at that. It actually blocked WhatsApp, dude. No more WhatsApp scanners, man. That's dope. Redback's dropping down a little bit. It's under $11 now. Hey, what's up, Garfield? Powell speech at 8:45? Really? Where do you see that? Can somebody send me a link in our Discord about Jay Powell's speech? Yeah. Yep. That's how it happens, Ali. I'm telling you, man. Yeah. I mean, I'm here. I'm looking at the calendar. Now, we do have a speech by Jerome Powell welcoming remarks at the inaugural conference on the international roles of the U.S. dollar in Washington. All right. We'll see how that goes. And yeah, you can see the SPY. There's Revlon. Here's the SPY. SPY's at 368.50s here. So SPY is green. It's about at yesterday's open. So the last day we're flat, which is good. I think flat is good right now. Now, ideally, I'd like to see us bounce back a little bit, but flat is good. I've never seen you before, V. And so if you're just now showing up and you're whining and complaining about things, you're probably not going to be a productive member of the community. You know, cheers to you. You know. Hey, what's up, Lane? um, good day, man. AUVI is back over threes. Yeah. You love to see it. There's always one, Spec. There's always one, man. But yeah, SPY at 368s. Watching that. SIDU still at 725. Still holding mostly a sideways range. Like you can see the sideways range here over the last few days. And so we're holding that. John, now that clown is gone, what's your thoughts on some plays over the next week or so? I don't know, man. I tend to be pretty a big bull long term. And so with the broader market, I'm a bull, and I think that we're down enough now to where it's very cheap in some stocks. And I think the risk reward long term is really good. Now, again, you never know. And the market could just keep on dipping. Like, certainly a possible scenario. Hopefully not, but like, certainly possible, and it could happen, obviously. But I probably don't mind starting to dollar cost average into some positions. But again, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let me know what you guys like the most for dollar cost averaging investment positions over the next few days or weeks or months. Yeah, market's going to be closed Monday. Mullen up to 120s. So we're watching Mullen. Do you think Apple will get reduced in some funds today, causing a drop in price? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Peter? Let me in Discord. Thank you. There you go. If you guys want to find the Discord, just do !Discord and it'll pop up. ELMS is at 38.5 cents, 38.5 cents. Yeah, watching ELMS as well. It's at about 40 cents right now. Testing VWAP as we speak, so we'll see if it breaks over it. Hey, what's up, Mo? EVOK? AUUD, Mo, I'm sorry, brother, but that looks terrible. EVOK is kind of up over yesterday's. It's at 320s, 330s. So EVOK still looks okay. Pretty slow in pre-market, but still holding some of its gains here. So we can watch that as well. The SPY is up to 370 or so, a little bit under 370. Look at ELMS, though, guys, at 40 cents, over 40 cents now. See if it holds the VWAP. Redbox is also testing $11 a share, dipping down a little bit. And so we're watching that also here. All right, guys. All right, guys. SID was at sevens. We finally got a pullback on ELMS. I might buy this dip right here and just kind of, if I can hurry up, get the ask price in there. I'm probably going to miss it now that this is taking me a little bit longer than I initially expected it to. Okay, that's actually not that bad. We're going to get 100 shares. We'll get 200 shares. It's like 300 shares here of ELMS, 300 shares. What do y'all think about? Oh my goodness, man. This thing just turned against me. I guess we're gonna cut it. I mean, that's the only thing I can do in this situation, probably. Little baby loss. But man, that happened fast, huh? Bro, what is up with my freaking internet? Comcast sucks, dude. Yeah, Revlon potential buyout here. Hey, John, I'm confident you're asked this all the time, but could you explain your use of the VWAP? Sure, man. Y'all do me a favor, though. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. And you're asked this all the Whoa. Yeah, y'all help support your boy here. Let me do my poll real quick, and I'll give you hopefully a good understanding of VWAP and how I use it with my trading. So yeah, y'all stick around. What's up, Greek? What's up, Leslie? DraftKings looking like a good dip buy again. Yeah, for sure. Disney down to $95, man. I might buy that. Here's a good question. Are you confident in a market rebound over the next year? Yes or no? Answer the poll. There's the poll, guys. Let me know. Are you confident in a market rebound over the next year? Hey, what's up, Mo? Do the opposite. Hey, it's all love here, bro. Do your thing, man. What happens to a stock when it gets bought out? Well, they usually combine the shares to the other company that bought it out, depending on whether the company's public or not. If the company's not public and it's private, then the stock just kind of goes away and the company absorbs the other company. If that company that's acquiring it is public, then a lot of the time they'll consolidate shares in one way or another. So they'll add whatever shares to the whatever float, and they'll usually have very specific procedures in place for it, depending on the stock, the company, and basically what they really want to do. All right, guys. So let me go ahead and talk about the VWAP here, because I think the VWAP is just a powerful, powerful indicator. Okay, I'm going to use the SPY in my examples because I think the SPY is the easiest way to explain what I'm trying to show you. And so when I use the VWAP here, team, I'm specifically using the VWAP to identify a trend. I'm identifying the trend, and I'm using a few major levels here. And the benefit of doing this is, like, you can see it's pretty evident here on this chart. Okay, like look at the VWAP and look at the SPY. Every time the SPY bounced up to the VWAP yesterday, what happened? It rejected, almost exactly off of the VWAP a lot of the times. And so what I try to do is I take the trend currently with the volume weighted average price, and I use it to give me an edge in terms of attacking the specific trend using the volume weighted average price level. Man, what is going on with my VWAP? Are we getting some lag here? Tell me if we're getting lag. But anyways, to go back to the VWAP talk here. So here's the volume weighted average price. And again, you can see how just in identifying a trend, you get an edge here with the VWAP. You get an edge here. Now, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tests of the VWAP, this one failed. Out of 5 tests, or let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tests, 5 out of 6 of those respected the VWAP in a very clear and obvious way. So every time it went up to the VWAP, it rejected. Every time it went up to the VWAP, it rejected. Every time it went up to the VWAP, it rejected. And so the VWAP is clearly showing an upward trend. And that's not always the case. Depending on if, a lot of the time leading up to the Fed meetings, we get sideways action. And we get sideways action simply because people are nervous and apprehensive. And so the VWAP's basically just chopping straight through it. Not a super high edge day. But you can see other days here where the VWAP is pretty high edge. And again, we could just tally up how many times the VWAP worked versus failed here. All right, and you can see 1, 2, 3 times it worked. Or let's see. Here's another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tests of the VWAP on this specific day. It only failed 1, 2, 3 out of 8. So it failed here, it failed here, and it failed here. And then it even stayed in this trend regardless of whether it failed initially or not. And so out of 8 tests of the VWAP, it only failed 3 times. It worked 5 out of 8 times. So it's still a majority of the time here. And so if you just attack these, for instance, on days like this, there's an edge to be found here. And now what I usually do is I look for patterns inside of that. I look for patterns inside of that. And you're going to get a lot of patterns that are easy to capitalize on that you can make money with using the volume weighted average price. Some of my favorite ones are just VWAP head and shoulders patterns. Like look at the VWAP head and shoulders patterns here. Here's the head, here's the shoulders, right? And so it's a short strategy where you get a test of VWAP, you get a rejection, you short into the pop. And again, a lot of the time you can use and I'm just attacking the range here. So really, I'm just attacking this range when I see this. So I'm attacking the range in between the VWAP and, the low of a range or the high of a range. In this case, we can just kind of look at the previous closing price here and see kind of this range that you can attack. And you can also see how much stocks respect that. And so what I really do with the VWAP is I wait for days that trend well. If the stock isn't trending well, I just ignore it and move on and find something else to trade. But I wait for days that trend well. And I just specifically attack the volume weighted average price on those days and, get into some momentum. I attack the trend. I never go against the VWAP. And so if we're in a downward trend, I never buy it. If we're in an upward trend, I never short it because I'm not going against the trend. I'm not going against the grain. I am only attacking the current trend in that specific market. And I think that's where a lot of people get it wrong trading the volume weighted average price is they try to buy it at lows and sell it at highs. And I get it. I think that can work sometimes. But most of the time, I'm just attacking a specific trend, which, again, if you can be patient enough to wait for days like yesterday, can just be powerful. You can look at the VWAP here and just see the edge that it shows. And it's just a really powerful thing. Yeah, still based on candle moves. Right, exactly. So I'm still looking at candle patterns here. Again, something I talked about in my latest VWAP class, and I do recommend you guys watch this video that I'm about to post in the chat. Every time I post one of these VWAP videos, it usually gets low amount of views when I first post it, but it picks up in search a little bit later on. And so I do want you guys to watch this video here. And this video will detail some of the nuance of me trading volume weighted average price. Like you can see it here. Yeah, Tina. But here's the part 2 of the VWAP course. And but yeah, so a lot of the time I'm using candlestick patterns to find an edge as well. Another thing you'll see is that stocks have kind of this vacuum towards the lows, right? And so one of my favorite things to do, like we can draw these lows here. And you can kind of see like when we test these lows, stocks get drawn back to it. And so a lot of the time what I'm doing is I'm using the VWAP to identify a range. And again, in this situation, you got a range here. that you can look at and just kind of see the range between VWAP and low of the day, basically. Range between VWAP and low, range between VWAP and low. And you can kind of see that pretty obviously and pretty consistently. And what I'm usually doing is I'm waiting for a low of the range to form here. In this situation, you can see one's right around this level at 366.20s. And so you can see a low of the range forming there. And a lot of the time what I'm doing is I'm waiting for a stock to move all the way down to test this low. And then I'm shorting in a bounce, covering at the bottom, shorting in a bounce, covering on the dip, shorting into the bounce, covering on the dip. And I'll keep doing that until it fails, you know. And there's just a lot of creative ways that you can target the VWAP, a lot of creative strategies that you can use for stop loss levels, risk levels, trends, and all that good stuff. And yeah, it's just a powerful indicator. You know, there's a lot of fugazi indicators in the world. There really is, man. There's a lot of indicators that just simply don't work. One of the reasons the VWAP is powerful is because on an intraday basis, you know people are watching the same level you're watching. You know, with moving averages, you have so many different variations of it. You got the 9, the 12, the 8, the 20, the SMA, the EMA. You got so many different variations of moving averages that it's hard to get consolidated volume with those moving averages because you don't know if traders are trading the 9 or the 8 or the 12 or the 20 or the 25 or the EMA or the SMA. And so there's just a lot of different variations of moving averages. And what that does is it makes volume less consolidated with each of them. You know, and your goal in trading is to figure out what everybody else is watching because you're trying to ride that momentum from everybody else. And so one of the powerful things about the volume weighted average price is that if you're using it on an intraday basis, you're pretty sure that other people are watching the same indicator that you're watching. And that's one of the reasons it works so well is because really on an intraday basis, there's only really one or two variations of it that people use. And so it makes it a lot easier to identify it because if everybody thinks the stock is going to bounce at a specific level, they buy it, and in turn, the stock bounces at that specific level. As traders, a lot of traders have always said, me included, I've been saying this for 4 years now, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It works because people think it works, but it still works. And, you know, that's how you have to look at these. And your job is to just figure out what everybody else is watching. And a lot of people are watching the VWAP, the volume weighted average price. Yeah, volume is certainly king over everything else, Derek, especially in penny stocks, bro. Penny stocks, if you have no volume, you have nothing. You just need to avoid it. Would you put a 200 EMA with VWAP? No, not really, Lane. I'm not really a moving average guy, bro. Again, there's too many fake outs. It's just not moving averages, generally speaking. They don't have consolidated volume of traders trading it, and they're just very difficult to trade, in my opinion. You know, not always, of course. You can find ones that work, but I think the VWAP keeps it simple. You know, you get a lot of traders that just clutter their chart, you know, that just put all these different indicators on their chart. Most of the time, they're just trying to look cool. But most experienced traders are purists. You know, most experienced traders do not have a bunch of clutter on their chart. They might have one or two indicators, and then they base their trades off of price action, which is the bigger edge thing to do. And VWAP is the only indicator that I'll use. You know, I don't use anything else, and so maybe I'm biased in that regard, but yeah. That's correct, Smile. Yeah, that's correct. But that part is subjective. Like, I'm not going to say you're wrong if you try to long below VWAP because I think there's some extension strategies that you can get involved with that would probably work. But just for my specific style, I just try not to trade against the trend, against the grain. I think the momentum is going against me in that situation. And you never know when a stock is just going to keep on moving, you know? So, like, I'm not going to be the one that shorts it at highs and buys it at lows. It's just too risky, you know? I appreciate it, Free. Thank you, man. Is volume the amount of people or the amount of purchasing? Well, it's the amount of purchasing. It's the shares that are being bought. And so when you see 500,000, you know, down here, for instance, like look at the SPY yesterday at the closing bell, it had 5.6 million shares traded, but it's shares traded. It's not people. It's just shares traded. Um, you know, penny stock average volume that I look for is at least 200 to 300,000 shares traded per minute in volume. And so, yeah. No, I don't like. I lost on ELMS already, but one thing you'll see me do is I'll trade in pre-market and I'll lose, and then I'll make my money back at the opening bell. Pre-market, again, I mean, ELMS has just not been respecting VWAP, and so it's just, you know, one of the ways to identify a choppy trend, and another reason the VWAP is a powerful indicator is because it'll show you when the trend's choppy as well. And that's exactly what we're getting for ELMS. We got a nice gap up on a catalyst, but look at the VWAP. It's just kind of chopping right through it. And so that signifies sideways, neutral, choppy trend that you probably don't want to attack, you know. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it depends on like a common logic that I think is really good, and this is kind of what I do, is if I'm trading short term, I look at short term levels. You know, now I'll still look at pre-market highs, the previous closing price, and the opening highs and lows of a range. Like right at the opening bell, a lot of the time stocks form this range, and so it's like they'll go up really big and then they'll go down really big, and then kind of waiting for that range to break can be a powerful thing as well, you know, because a lot of the time when stocks are the most volatile, they'll form these ranges. And again, waiting for those ranges to break can be a powerful thing. Let me see if I can find a good example of it. Yeah, here's a pretty good example. And we got a futures video that talks about this exact thing. And so, okay, so you can see at the opening bell, we have this high up here and we got these lows up here. You know, one of the most easy strategies that I've been using lately is just identifying that opening high and low range and waiting for stocks to maintain within it for at least 5 minutes. You know, it could be called an opening range breakout as well. Some people might call it that. Uh, but waiting for stocks to form a high and low that's really obvious at the open and stay within that range for a certain period of time. And then waiting for that range to break. Like you can see here, the SPY broke on the upside and then buying that first dip to test the previous high or low. And so in this case, you can see buying that first little dip there to test the previous high up here at 378 and then going long and just kind of rinsing and repeating that until the trend breaks. And so you can see this happened a lot, you know, nice little dip buy. Even this depends on where you're taking profit, but yeah, really powerful strategy too. And we got a video coming out about this one pretty soon. Um, yeah, I already have the previous closing price or previous day line. What do you mean? What indicator is that, Smile? I'm down to look at it, brother, if you want to send it to me. But what is the previous day line? Like previous highs and lows? You trading Rev today? Maybe. It depends on what Rev does. Rev looks good in pre-market too. But yeah, you know, I've been trading VWAP for years and years and years. And so, you know, it's something that I understand very well. And it's something I've been trading off of for years now. You know. How MACD lines? MACD just stands for Moving Average Convergence Divergence, I believe is what it stands for. Ultimately, MACD is just a moving average crossover indicator, and so you can specify what time frame of moving average you want to put, and it basically just identifies when they cross over or under each other. Which I've back tested. One of my most popular videos is back testing moving average crossovers, and we got some interesting results. But it's something that I never really started trading myself personally. Yeah, I already have the previous day close. Smile. You can see this light blue line right here. It's a script to document the previous closing price. It's right here at 366.60s. Yeah, orbs are good. But yeah, we already have the script for the previous closing price right here. Did I monetize my video? Yeah, good. So what do y'all think about the Amber Heard video interview that she did again last night or yesterday morning? Oh yeah, shout out to Golden State, man. Curry. Props to him, man. All right, so Steph is now tied with LeBron in terms of championships won. I believe Steph is younger than LeBron. Steph is 34. LeBron's what, like 40? 37. Oh. But props to Steph, man. I always like Steph Curry. Good dude. Can you share the script? Yeah, I can. Just join our Discord. I got you. Yeah, if you guys want this previous closing price, just join our Discord. I'll post it to the Discord chat. Really, the previous closing price is very simple. What you do is you just go to studies, you go to edit studies like this, and then you go to create, and then you remove this and you paste the script, removing this part basically. And then that's it. You just click OK, click apply, and boom, you have it up. And it'll document this previous closing price script. SIDU starting to bounce up a little bit. It's at 712s here, 712s. I'm still looking at REV. REV's back up to 320s here. It looks good. Redbox still consolidating, trying at least. All right, guys. So SIDU is back up. Redbox is trying as well. Rev or Baba? Well, that's two completely different stocks, brother. Two completely different stocks, Rev and Baba. Can you briefly explain to a new trader the 2021 GameStop craziness? Yeah, so shorting is betting a stock is going to go down. GameStop, prior to the squeeze, was in a terrible place. Again, people were speculating that it's obsolete. Video games specifically started trending more so towards digital downloads instead of physical purchases. And so with that, GameStop was losing a lot of business and honestly struggling. And so with that, of course, you had a lot of big banks and hedge funds that were shorting GameStop prior to the craziness last year. And, when you short something, whenever you have to get out of that position, like if you get stopped out or if you have to cover that position, if it's going against you too much, you have to buy the shares back, because when you're shorting something, in order to cover, you buy it. And so what happens is when a lot of short traders lose and get stopped out all at once, it causes this big influx of purchases, which causes the stock to move up, which is called a short squeeze. GameStop, because it had such a crazy amount of shorts, it had like 120% short flow, just a ridiculous amount of shorts in there. When it started to push up a little bit, a lot of shorts, i.e. a lot of banks, lost money and had to cover their positions. And so it caused this huge influx of buys, which propelled GameStop, which was roughly $5 to $10 at the time, eventually up to over $500 a share now, and that's what happened. Yeah, REV, honestly, breaking highs at 330s right now. So REV's right at highs at 330s. We'll see if it holds. There's the level right there. Let's see if it holds. But yeah, that's basically GameStop. What happened? And again, GameStop had a small float. GameStop had a small float. Super high short float percentage. But the problem with that, here's the real problem, is that after GameStop, which was a very rare occurrence, it's not something that happens regularly. It doesn't happen every day in the stock market. The problem is that after that, people thought that everything was just going to squeeze, right? People thought AMC was going to squeeze, and AMC was just a lot less favorable for shorts or for short squeezes, simply because the float of AMC is very large. It's over 500 million shares traded. It's not a low float, and it had much less of a short float. And so there were less short traders that could ultimately get stopped out. And even if it had the same amount of short traders, because the float was literally 10 times larger, that means 10 times less of a range, 10 times less volatility. And so AMC was never going to squeeze crazy high. It was never going to squeeze crazy high. But the problem is that after GameStop, you had a bunch of new, unexperienced traders teaching people. And so what did they teach people? They said, oh, AMC is going to go crazy, and then it didn't. Why? Because it's just not set up for a short squeeze like GameStop was. It never was, But again, now you got these big communities of traders that basically watch AMC saying it's going to squeeze when it never is, I mean, it might squeeze up some, but it's not going to make a big parabolic squeeze like GameStop did, just simply because the fundamentals are not set up that way. All right, guys, REV just broke highs at 350s. All right, guys. Hey, what's up, Kelly? Yeah, I actually, to be fair, I like AMC where we're at now. I truly like AMC here. I think it's cheap. I just think it's cheap right now. I think AMC is cheap. I think it's at $10 a share. I think AMC has a huge following of traders that ultimately thought it would squeeze, and it's just cheap right now. I think AMC is cheap. REV has a float size. Y'all hit the like button as well. We got 75 likes. Hit the like button. Right. REV has a float of 7.8 million. So small. Also has a pretty high short float as well at about 37%. So high short float, low float for REV. And so potential squeeze is there too. But I know the catalyst for REV currently is another company's basically saying that they might buy it out. Maybe. All right, guys. Rev holding support at 350s. And yeah, like I said, some people are watching AMC. It's at 1194, so 1194s. Man, RAV at 350s, guys, 350s. All right, guys. So Redbox is trying to creep back up. It's at 11.11s. Hey, what's up, DK? Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? Do you think AERC is going to squeeze? I think it could. It's looking okay today. It looks nice. But again, I don't know. I really don't know. And as for REV, guys, I really don't know where this one's going to go as well. Nobody can really predict where it's going to go. All we can really do is watch momentum. And so you can see we recently broke over the top of that range at 335 and actually held support there, pulling back to it now. And yeah, let me know what you guys are watching. Whenever Jim Cramer says to sell everything, you know, we might be at the bottom now. You know? SIDU back up to 720s. Hey, thank you, Hazel. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you for being awesome and donating me $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Kramer, something else. Yeah, man. Kramer, he's just in the pocket of big banks, you know. He's a personality. I can't really knock him. Like I said, do I agree with him in most of his picks? Absolutely not. You know. Do I think we should all hate him? No. You know. But no, thank you, Hazel. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. Vinny says, I watch your channel every day. Thanks for your time. Thank you, Vinny. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, guys. Like I said, we really got a good group of traders here. I really appreciate you guys. Great group of traders here. What's up, Beach? Hey, good morning, bro. Since you're in real estate, what do you think the economy and interest rates will help mortgage companies? From what I was told, most home sales in the past year or so were cash. Interesting. AMC CEO tweeted something. So Aaron tweeted inbound tweets ask over. What did he tweet? Yeah, inbound tweets ask over and over for a share count. AMC has done a share count 6 times in the past year. We know of 516 million AMC shares. Some of you believe the count is much higher. As I've said before, we've seen no reliable info on so-called synthetic or fake shares. And that's the CEO. That's AA Ron himself telling everybody that. But again, I mean, like I said, this is what's truly happening with AMC traders, right? This is what's truly happening. That's subjective, Lane. I like to do the wicks, the wick bottom and the wick high. I think that's the little bit more reliable one. But I think instead of that, though, Lane, here's a better way to look at this. All right. When you're drawing support or resistance, it's not even about exactly where the support or resistance is going to be. It's one of the reasons you should never set stop losses like right exactly at a high or low, right? It's just not, that's not the way you want to do it. Like really what you want to do is you want to find a level and then look at the entire range around that level, because traders aren't perfect. They're not going to react exactly to the level, right? And so if you've got a support level at $5, you got to look at the entire range around $5. You know, something that I see a lot of people do very, very, very wrong in trading, you know, and I see people get involved with trading, and I see people trying to teach short-term trading that don't truly understand it. You know, you'll see a lot of people and they'll draw support or resistance around these obscure levels. Like, okay, for instance, if you think the stock's going to bounce at $5, right? You got a $5 support or resistance level. I see traders drawing support or resistance at like 498 or like 502 or 503 or 499 or 497, you know, and it's like, no, that's not the resistance. The support is not 497 or 501 or 502 or 498. The support is $5. Like it's $5. It's the whole dollar of $5. And so when you look at a support or resistance level, regardless of whether it's the body or the wick, you got to look at the entire range around that level. You know, you got to look at the entire range around that level, because again, traders aren't perfect. Traders, man, traders are not perfect. Traders are going to be reacting to these ranges here. They're going to react to the level, and it's not going to be exact. And so you got to look at the entire range around things. And if it's around a whole dollar or half dollar, usually I just round up to that whole or half dollar. And so if it's around, if I see the level tap at like 498, I'm going to make that level $5. I'm not going to say the big major support resistance is 498, because that's not what it is. Those traders that sell at 498 or 502, they're reacting to $5. They're not reacting to 498. And so the support or resistance level needs to be rounded up to the nearest half or whole dollar or quarter dollar in some instances. And really, you should be watching the entire range around it. You know, and here's probably the best example I can give you of this. Okay, so here's 250, right? Here's 250 right here on REV's chart yesterday. Here's 250, right? Sometimes the support or resistance, sometimes this resistance level is at 248, sometimes it's at 248, 249. This one's at 245. This one's at 249. And you can keep going here and see like this entire range around it. You can see it here at 249. You can see it up here all the way up to 260, right? These are all reacting to the same level, which is the half dollar of 250. And so if you draw a range around it, you truly see what the level actually is, which is just a half dollar of 250. And that's what traders are ultimately reacting to. They're not reacting to 248 or 249 or 252. They're reacting to 250. And sometimes it's not exact. It's not going to be exact. Their exits aren't going to be perfect. Their entries are not going to be perfect. And so you got to look at the range around it. And that's what most experienced traders do. And so we're not going to call out a support level of 501 or 502. We're going to call out a support level of $5, and then traders are just going to react to that level. So Rev resistance is $4. Well, I think it depends. Right, short-term resistance right now for Rev is 270 or 275 right here. That's previous high of the day up there, roughly right around the previous high of the day, right around 270. Quarter dollar of 275 might act as resistance. $4 above us might act as resistance. We have this high from the previous day at threes, which might act as support. And, you know, that's kind of what I see short term. Yeah, all good, Lane. No worries, man. Pre-market Redbox. Redbox is currently at 1105. 1105. Whole half dollar lines seem kind of redundant. No, I mean, they're very relevant psychologically in trading. If you look at a lot of stocks, right, you can look at whatever you want to look at. You can see stocks are basically reacting to half and whole dollars most of the time. Not always, but like most of the time, major support or resistance levels are going to be at half and whole dollars, including like Redbox, like $10, $11 on Redbox, big levels, $12 here. Like look at this example in Redbox on this bottom right chart. Look at exactly where Redbox goes. It goes all the way up to $12 exactly. And it comes all the way back down, you know. And so if you draw a support or resistance line at major whole and half dollars, here's 1050. You know, you can see it comes right back down, and it's not perfect. You know, depending on the stock, you might need to draw like a 5 cent to 10 cent range around half and whole dollars to see which levels are truly being followed here. In this case, probably do a 10 cent range since Redbox is pretty big, but you'll see what traders are reacting to. Yeah, REV up to 350s now, so testing 350 half dollar support level. REV's just got such a big range at this point in time. But I lost from fake out so many times it would break out in one direction, then change to another. Yeah, it's one of the reasons high of the day breakouts are very risky and just usually don't work. It's because they're just hard to trade, man. They fake you out. A lot of experienced traders are attacking the range, and so with that, they're taking profit at those highs, which is why fake outs happen there. And at the lows, I think low of the day breaks are a little bit better than high of the day breaks. I think low of the day breaks, there's a little bit more momentum. You know, the common saying is longs take the stairs and shorts take the elevator. And so I think low of the day breaks are a little bit more powerful than high of the day breaks, but I don't trade any break of lows or break of highs. I will wait for the range to break and then buy the pullback or bounce from it. You know, short into the bounce if it's on the downside, or buy the dip if it's on the long side. And so I wait for the high of the day to break, and then I look for it to pull back to a major support or resistance, and then I'll buy that if I want to attack that range break. But I'm not just going to randomly buy it at high of the days or low of the days. Again, a lot of experienced traders are ultimately taking profit at those levels, and so you're just going to get faked out on a lot if you try to do that. All right, guys, it's Friday. Yeah, so basically, Adam Aaron basically said they have 516 million shares and that he doesn't see any synthetic or fake shares, which is why all these people have been lying to you, man. Like, I don't understand, man. I don't understand. Like, I get it. New traders are more gullible. I understand that. But it's just kind of like at a certain point, when do you hold the people that have given you misleading expectations accountable? You know? And of course, all the AMC tubers are like, nah, the CEO of the company is wrong. You know, you know what I mean? Like that's how biased they are, desperate for that squeeze that they've been preaching about for years now. You know, it's just kind of like, come on, guys. If the CEO, who has an innate interest in the stock doing well, tells you that one of the big catalysts of the big short squeeze that all the AMC tubers have been predicting isn't there, are we really going to try to discredit him? Yeah, for sure. Well, Elizabeth, Ross was basically Ross was fine because he told people that he made more off of trading than he really did, is what it was. So Ross was fined $3 million because he made himself seem more profitable than he actually was. One of the reasons, hey, I don't claim to be anything, guys. Don't sell anything. Don't charge for anything. I'm not an expert. Don't copy me. I have no idea what's happening. And yeah, don't sue me either. Yeah, man, I like AMC, just to put it into perspective. Like, I like AMC, especially where it's at now. AMC's dope. You know, I like AMC. Yeah, I mean, looking back at the $3 million fine for him, I'm very happy I ran my channel like I did. Like, somebody said something about affinity fraud with me the other day, and I'm sitting there like, bro, have you seen the name of my channel? Have you seen the name of my channel? Like, I don't tell anybody to do anything. I literally, if anybody says, hey, John, what's going to happen with this stock? What do I say every freaking time? I say, look, I have no idea what it's going to do. You know, here's my bias, but I really have no idea, you know? And so it's just kind of like, and I get, honestly, I understand though, because I think there's a lot of affinity fraud stuff going on in this, in investment community, but it's not here. And you guys know that, you know? What levels would you add to a REV position? I mean, I don't mind this little dip right here to 335, the previous high of the day. Now, of course, I don't know if it's going to hold. I have no idea what it's going to do, Hazel, and I appreciate the support regardless. But usually I'm looking at like a range. And so we have that big level that we just bounced at 335. We have $3 underneath us, whole dollar level. We've got the VWAP right around 320. And so any of those levels might be a good dip buy. And of course, in hindsight, these were, I think the next step for REV would be to see if it holds over 350. It's a $0.50 support level. And so I think watching it to see if it holds there and see if volume sustains is probably what I would do. You know, and good luck if you're in it. Hey, what's up, Wilton? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just glad. But again, I mean, Hazel, like I said, I have no idea what REV is going to do. This is just my own subjective opinion. Do not copy me, not liable for losses, you know. Yeah, the SPY trades 24 hours a day. It's a futures contract, yes. Hey, we'll do your thing, Garfield. I'm not mad at you, man. Like I said, I like AMC where it's at now. I just don't think AMC is this huge, super huge short squeeze that everybody's been preaching. And again, even if you're part of that crowd, and I understand it, like even if you're part of that crowd, understand the logic behind this. Number one, I promise you, I've probably been trading longer than your favorite AMC tuber. Okay. Number two is that here's the logic. Okay. The AMC crowd saw GameStop squeeze, but GameStop is like once every 20 years, maybe type of squeeze. It doesn't happen every day. And so again, people pivoted from GameStop to AMC after GameStop failed and dropped back down. But the problem is that AMC fundamentals are not the same. They're not the same. AMC has 10 times larger of a float. And so it has basically 10 times more dilution than GameStop did, right? So the float is over 500 million. And so it's got a much smaller range. The short float was also like 10 times lower than GameStop. So there's just less shorts involved with AMC as well. And so it's just not some huge, big, crazy squeeze. And the only reason that crowd justified it by was saying, oh, synthetic shares, naked shorts. But again, I mean, when the CEO is coming out being like, hey, that's not the case. Like, we don't see that. Like, that's not what we see. And he has an innate interest in benefiting his stock too. You know, at a certain point, you got to look at it and say, why are these people really telling me this? Mostly to gain a following, you know, and I could pander to that community in order to gain a following on something I don't believe in, or I could just be honest with people and hope they see the truth of it. And in the end, I know it's hard to see sometimes because a lot of people have invested a ton of time and energy into, you know, predicting AMC was going to do some crazy big short squeeze. But I think it's been over a year now. The CEO's like, yo, we don't have synthetic shares or naked shorts like that. The crazy squeeze didn't happen and we're really at pre-pump levels. And so I think at a certain point, you got to look at it objectively and say, okay, these people gave me false expectations. ACAD. We're at 1990s right now, 1990s. REV still trying to bounce. Let's see if it holds at 350. So how come we had those giant run-ups last one in March of this year? Yeah, no, I get you, Sean. Well, mostly just because there's a bunch of traders that are interested. Like AMC has a huge following at this point in time. And again, I like AMC where it's at now. AMC has somewhat of a short float. And so I'm not saying it's not going to squeeze up, because potential squeezes are going to happen. But I mean, I think if we look at AMC's chart, like objectively, like if we truly look at AMC's chart and we look at the long-term chart of AMC, like, yeah, sure, in March we had a run up to 30, but I mean, that's after we basically dropped 50+% from the highs, right? So we dropped 50% and then we rebounded a little bit and then we dropped even more. And so it's like, yeah, we ran up to 30 and then we kept coming down. And again, you want to fall out of the trap of basically, this is how it goes: to the moon, hold the line, to the moon, hold the line, to the moon, hold the line, to the moon, hold the line. And if you look at the long-term trend, it's going down. It's going down long-term. It's at $10 now, basically. And so it's like, you got to be objective about this. It's just not a crazy short squeeze like people are telling it. It might squeeze some shorts. It does have somewhat of a short float, but the float is simply too large to get an incredibly big parabolic short squeeze like we saw in GameStop. It has 10 times the amount of dilution of GameStop. And so there's so many shares in AMC right now, it's going to be very, very difficult to have some crazy parabolic squeeze like people are expecting it to. Not saying it's impossible. It's just highly unlikely, you know? Yeah, Redbox is actually much more primed for a short squeeze than it has been, which is why you're seeing Redbox move up crazy percentages. Because if you look at Redbox chart, it was at 160s in March, and so Redbox, very high short float and very small float. You know, and those are two things that you need if you want a crazy short squeeze. You need a really small float. Redbox, I think, has like what, 7 million. And you need a high short float. And Redbox has what, like 40%, 45%. AMC short float, what, like 18%. And so it's not the same, you know. And when you truly understand those type of fundamentals, you kind of get it. And you can twist numbers to say whatever you want. You can twist stats, you can twist statistics to say whatever you want. But in the end, you got to look at the fundamentals to really get a good gauge of what's going on. Yeah, ATHX gapped up to 43 cents. Yeah, and the analogy I always use with some of these stock communities that really get behind a certain stock and they're just desperate to believe in it to where they ignore common sense and logic is kind of like a pyramid scheme, right? Like, you ever tried talking somebody out of a pyramid scheme? Like, it's hard, man. They get mad at you for it. They get mad at you. Like, they feel threatened by you just trying to talk them out, even though you're trying to protect them and tell them the truth, which is hard to hear when you get greedy or when you get, you know, sometimes that truth is hard to hear, you know, and a lot of the time they kind of shoot the messenger and they get mad at you for doing it, right? Very similar to this. You try to talk somebody out of it, they get mad at you for it, you know, and it is what it is. ATHX at 43 cents, 43 cents. INDO is oil, right, Kelly? So it's mostly oil. And I've said it once and I'll say it again. I think GameStop is probably a better short squeeze candidate than AMC. I like GameStop far more for a potential short squeeze. GameStop has actually held a lot of its squeeze levels. It's over $100 a share, and it's got a low float still and a large short float. Still got a big community of traders interested in it as well. And so I think if we're looking at one to squeeze, I think GameStop might squeeze again sometime in the future, maybe. But it's like, even that's not guaranteed. Yeah, SIDU's at $7 here, and we'll see if it holds 7. So we only need 2 lines on all charts, hodl into the moon. My question is, you sell it at the moon, or do you just keep hodling? I mean, hodling, of course. Yeah, man. All good lane. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people restricted Redbox, right? But Redbox is going out of business, right? Or they got bought out, and so they might be restricting it in that context, in that regard, because of the potential buyout that's going to happen. That might cause some weird price fluctuations, but I don't know. Yeah, market's closed for Monday. I'm kind of excited about it too. All right, guys. So REV, like I said, pulling back to that previous high of the day at 330s. Let's see if it holds that spot. It could. Redbox still at 1117s, and SID was at 705s. We'll see if that holds. I mean, REV still trying to bounce off of that 335 previous high support level. All right, guys. So yeah, Rev still trying to hold. Anything else gapping up that I'm missing here? I see like SPRB, ATXX trying to move up some. We have Rev still trying to pull back to those levels here. MREO is gapping up to 110s and 111s here on some type of catalyst here. This is gapping up because let's figure out why. Hold on. This is gapping up because AstraZeneca is considering a bid for Mereo Biopharma. It's a potential buyout for this one as well, it looks like. But look at MREO. It's up to 116s, 115s. All right, what's up, Christopher? It's the dip. Or for which one, Chris? Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, Beach? So looking at it with $12 strikes, someone could buy 15,000 contracts for around 600K with them, about $40 each right now, and lock up Redbox this entire float. I'm good, man. That seems like a lot of risk, you know. MREO broke highs though. We're at 118, so MREO is ramping up now. All right, so AZN is potentially buying MREO. Is considering a bid for MREO. How do y'all feel about the new Jon Snow spinoff for Game of Thrones? They're going to bring back Kit Harington for a Game of Thrones spinoff, dude. They need to do it, bro. They need to do it. They need to do it, bro. I was super bummed that we wouldn't see Jon Snow again, and so they really need to do it. Oh, it's the rave song. I miss being young. My first time home buyers. Well, Bitcoin's not a short squeeze. Bitcoin's just a move, you know. Bitcoin's a completely different thing. Yeah, man. You know how it goes, bro. I was young and dumb too. Jojo. I'm not gonna spoil it, Medina. Don't worry. But you need to finish it though, because you know you're probably the only one that's watching it that hasn't finished it. How's the new Jurassic Park movie? Don't nobody spoil it either, but all right, guys. MREO breaking highs again at 120s, 120s, 122s here for MREO. Still ramping up. Here. Yeah, Leslie. No spoilers. What would you tell your younger self or any young one here? Honestly, man, my life is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna tell 'em, like, I've lived kind of a crazy life. I really have. I don't really like to be specific about my life, but yeah, my life's been fun, man. If I had to tell my younger self anything, it would be snap out of it, focus on your future, because I basically just I partied a lot when I was younger. I did a lot of dumb stuff, and you know, I don't know, man. Part of the reason I think I ended up part of the reason why I feel like I'm so motivated and driven is because I screwed up and just kind of wasted a big part of my life when I was younger. And so by the time I hit my mid 20s, I was just really motivated to get something done, which kind of pushed me to do a lot of the stuff that is paying dividends for me now. But if I had to tell my younger self anything, it would just be to enjoy it while it's there, because being young moves fast. And yeah, when I tell my kids, the best advice I can tell my kids is that you are who you hang out with. And so the edgy kids might seem cool who are doing bad stuff and making bad decisions and doing bad things. The edgy kids might seem cool, but in the end, they're going to drag your life down if you hang out with them. And so one of the things that benefited me the most was just separating myself from the screw up friends that I had and just moving on with my life, you know, and not getting dragged down with it, because very few of them are actually loyal to you. Most of them are just looking out in their own best interest, and you are who you hang out with. And so you hang out with dummies, you'll be a dummy too, you know. And so best advice I can give, keep kids busy. All right, so Rev is mostly consolidating right now. It's consolidating between 335 and that 360, 370 high of pre-market. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely true, man. Right. Exactly. And again, I mean, I get it, man. When you're young, you know, you want to hang out with the edgy, cool kids, but a lot of the time they're just not doing much, and you know, you just want to hang out with smart people. Yeah, keeping kids busy, Erroneous, is really the right move. Like, keeping kids busy is what you want to do. Like, as a parent, my job is to keep my kids as busy as possible. You know, you also gotta, like, here's another thing though, right? You gotta give your kids some alone time too. Like, my daughter's been coming up to us bored because it's summertime. It's the first time she hasn't gone to camp. Um, and so my daughter's just kind of hanging out with us here, and it's like I'm working a lot, and so when I'm not working, I watch movies with her sometimes, but she's got a chunk of the day where she's got to just figure out what to do, and you know, just figure out figure out herself, like occupy herself basically. And the same thing I told her is that when you're young, you got to give kids that time, because you have to give kids that time, because when kids are by themselves, it's going to develop their passions, you know? And if you basically make it so that, your kids don't ever have any alone time, they're never going to be able to figure out what they're actually passionate about. And so I think it's really important to let kids hang out by themselves sometimes, because that's when you figure out what you're really interested in. You know, if I'm filling that void of boredom constantly, my kids are never going to figure out what they're really passionate about. And so you got to give kids some alone time too. At the same time, though, I also want my kids busy in sports, because I know boredom is a once they get older, boredom is a root cause of drama too. So it might contradict itself, but I don't know. My son's on technology. My daughter kind of is. All right, guys. So yeah, REV still sitting at 340s. MREO now pulling back to 119s. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Ilum, if that's how you pronounce it. I've said this once and I'll say it again. A large majority of penny stocks will fail. Almost all penny stocks will fail. A large majority of them. You know, and again, it's something that I frown on in penny stock culture, because you got people pumping up penny stocks and they know they're gonna fail. But it's like a lot of people just bag hold penny stocks. If you look at penny stocks seriously, a large majority of them fail. And so it's like penny stocks are meant for short-term trading. They're certainly not meant for investing. And if you find yourself bag holding a penny stock or investing in a penny stock long-term, you're doing something wrong. You know, I know you might think that, oh, you got a small account, and so the only thing you can invest in is penny stocks. That's not true. You can buy a small amount of shares, and a lot of these large cap stocks have big enough ranges to where you could buy one share and still make money. And so, number one, just don't invest in penny stocks, guys. A large majority of them are just terrible companies. There's a reason they're penny stocks. And so don't get stuck in the trap of seeing some YouTube video saying this stock is going to go up thousands of percent or whatever it is, and then desperately trying to bag hold a penny stock that's almost certainly going to fail, you know? Yeah. Yeah, but with kids, I don't know. It's a fine line between there's a fine line between, like, I want to keep my kids busy, you know, and specifically in sports, you know. I want to keep my kids busy. But I also want to give them enough alone time when they're home to where they develop passions. You know, one of the reasons that I'm so tech savvy is because I sat at home with a computer when I was my daughter's age, when I was like 12. And my mom didn't give me anything to do. She didn't say, "Hey, we're going to go do this and this." She basically said, "Hey, figure it out. You're a kid. It's summertime. You know, figure out something to do." You know, which is normal. And so, yeah, she basically just said, "Figure it out." And because of that, I ended up building websites. I remember I built like a Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask walkthrough website on GeoCities, if you guys remember GeoCities. And I actually had some traffic for it too. But I learned how to like build websites, and I just developed my interest because of that. And I think that's an important thing for people to do and understand. It's just build your passions, figure out what your kids are interested in. I don't even remember what my first computer was growing up. Yeah, I really don't know. Is DraftKings considered a penny stock? No. No, DraftKings is like, I think it's over $10, but even still, most people talking about low floats. When they say penny stock, regardless of the price, they're mostly talking about low floats. Small cap companies, so small cap low float companies that are not super. They don't have a lot of shares. ADN is trending. Yeah, ADN kind of looks good, man. It had a crazy day yesterday, too. Got up to 350s. Yeah, for sure, Jay. I mean, you gotta, if you're trading pennies, you gotta get in and out very, very quickly. You know, it's not something like, I'm not against, you can hold them for a day or two. Just understand, like, a large majority of them fail. And if a penny stock is ripped up a big percentage, then there's a high likelihood that it's going to come back down. You know, it's one of the reasons you can't find a lot of shorts on penny stocks, because it would be too easy. Thoughts on Amazon at this level long term? I mean, I think Amazon will almost certainly be higher than it's currently at long term. So if you're talking about like a long-term investment, I mean, I like it. But again, I have no idea what it's going to do. Maybe I'm wrong. It could crash. It could fail. I really have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I had a computer when I was 12. It was like 2000. It was like It was 2001, 2002 when I was 12. Yeah, and I just remember it was slow. This was back. Man, those are the good old days, man. I remember. I had Duke Nukem. If you guys remember Duke Nukem, I remember having that on the computer. AOL, yeah. I remember AOL too. I remember AIM being the only messenger and waiting for AOL. Yeah, man, I remember that too. Sorry, I see you're a lady, so my apologies. I'm just used to saying man. It's just kind of a reaction. But yeah, I remember AOL. AOL was interesting. First browser was really Netscape, but then AOL actually eventually bought Netscape. Yeah, and I get it. I just want my kids to embrace technology. I think one of the reasons kids have an edge is they embrace technology from an early age. So that's what I want for my kids. I want my kids to embrace technology, because if they do, then they'll have an edge over a lot of other people. Prodigy might have been first. Do you have MySpace we could follow? Not right now, brother. I used to. Yeah, you guys know how it was back then, man. Back then, it was like, yeah, I had these pretend online boyfriend and girlfriends. I'd be like, yeah, I got a girlfriend. It'd be like, how old are you? I'm 13, male. You know, Los Angeles is what they would say. You know, almost probably some dude named Bubba. You know. But those are the good old days, man. You had the AOL chat rooms. Anyways, REV did bounce at that 335 level we've talked about here. And if we activate this and, you know, extend this to the level where we are now, you can see we still bounce directly off of this level at 335 here. So that's acting as a pretty major support or resistance level so far on REV. You know. And so let's see what REV does. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest ones this morning is REV. It's up there too. Green or red so far this morning, guys? Green or red? All right, guys. So MREO basically failed to pop back up. Redbox still back up to 11.18s, 11.18s. Those were not the good old days. We had no beginner trading channel. Yeah, for sure, man. Hey, who knew? But I had fun, man. Like I said, they were the good old days. I used to play The Sims and The Sims Online. All right, guys. MREO at 113s. We got Rev up there at 350s. ADN pulling back to 340s. We got Redbox at 1115s. Anything else moving that I'm not seeing? I know we had like ATHX gapping up a little bit. Is that about 45 cents right now? 45 cents. ELMS was gapping up some too. ELMS was trying. Again, let me know what you guys are watching right now. Oh man, Oregon Trail, free my grandma. Oregon Trail was the GOAT school game, man. Back when I was in like 6th grade. But yeah, ATHX is bouncing back up. Redbox is still at 11s. Still at 11s. KZIA. Yeah, KZIA gapped, but it's pretty slow after that. So it gapped up some, but it just didn't hold its gains like that. Redbox still testing $11 a share here. Green, but still stuck in Rev. Box D. Yeah, we can look at it. It's at 135s. Yeah, watching MREO. BLXD is pretty slow, brother. I mean, it's down. The range is just small and the volume's light. And so I'm not really going to get super interested in this until we get a volume increase here for BOXD. Because for now, it's just pretty slow, boring, and not really doing too much here. So ATHX still trying to come back. Let me know if I'm missing anything. We got XCLA gapping up to 16 cents. So that's trying a little bit too. MREO's back over VWAP here, and Rev is still consolidating at that 360s level. Yeah, Jerome Powell is on in about 15 minutes, and we'll cover that. We'll stream that live if you guys want to watch it. So we could stream that live if you guys want to see it. Everything else is pretty slow. I mean, BLBX is gapping up. Powell is on today because of It's the welcoming remarks at the inaugural conference on international roles of the U.S. dollar in Washington is what Powell's doing. And so we're going to watch that and see how it happens here. How come when I click it, nothing shows up? What do I got to do? Watch the Fed? I probably just got to watch the Fed YouTube channel. But yeah, the welcoming remarks by Powell at the inaugural conference on the international roles of the U.S. dollar. ATHS is back up here. ATHX, I mean, is back up there. Rev is still consolidating here back and forth. One thing that you guys want to see right now is there's a range on Rev. So it's between 370 and 335 here. So very clear range. If we look at the rectangle tool, we can kind of draw this range out. And so I'm waiting for this range to break. And we'll see what happens if it does. But that's kind of what I'm waiting for here. We've been in this range for, an hour or so now. And so we got to kind of wait for that range to break. And again, who knows when it'll happen or what's going to happen if it does break. So we'll see. All right, guys. So yeah, when the we got the thing ready for the Jay Powell conference thing. REV back to 340s here, 340s. All right, guys. So dipping down, testing that low of the range for REV. We're back down to 335s, which again is a low of the range here. And we'll see what happens. But it's the low of the range. Bouncing off of it here. We got MREO at 116s. All right, MREO's tried. Redbox is still testing 11s. MREO's pushing back up to 118s. 118s. KZIA. Got a few people mentioning this one. Yeah, it's back over VWAP here. Let's see if it pulls back down to like 6 or 610s and holds support and then moves back up to test 650 here. You can see it goes right up. And this is another example of what I was speaking on earlier. Right, we get up to 647 here. Is this resistance level at 647? No, it's resistance at 650. And so it's important for people to understand and distinguish the difference there. But again, let's see if the pullback happens. We do have that kind of U-shaped breakout pattern here. ELMS. I've seen ELMSK. It looks all right, but it's got to get over VWAP and actually hold for an extended period of time. Yeah, KZIA. So there's the dip bounce here. Remember, guys, we told you guys about this little dip bounce, and it bounced perfectly off of that area. And so we got the cup and handle dip pattern here. And if you guys can learn anything from this channel, just start to remember this cup and handle dip pattern. Very powerful strategy, very powerful pattern that if you use and find it correctly can just be really profitable. And again, just show you it on KZIA here. We got the U, we got the break over VWAP, and we have the dip, and then we have the handle here. So you can see the handle right here is usually where I choose to buy it on the dips. And yeah, we'll see what happens. But KZIA pulling a U-shaped breakout here. There's Redbox at 1105s. So we're still looking at that. Hey, you as well, mister. Thank you, man. I hope Redbox all time at the moment gets turned on at the open. All right, we'll see, man. So let's see if KZIA can hold up there. Redbox is still at 11. MREO is dipping down to 117s. IMPP, yeah, look at KZIA start to rip, though, here, guys. So KZRA is starting to rip. Again, let's see if it holds. ADN. I think ADN is interesting. KZIA is testing that high up there. So if we look at KZIA here, wow, it's kind of a crazy level. Big U shape. And let's see about $7 here. $7 seems like a big support resistance level that we could be paying attention to. I think ADN is interesting. It's not gapping up much, but it had big rips yesterday, and so I think because of that, that might make it a little bit more likely to squeeze. Yeah, Friday. Well, it's quad witching day, free my grandma. So I think that's just kind of what's going on. It's quad witching, isn't it? Isn't today quad witching? Yeah, IMPP here. 61 cents for IMPP. So still taking off here. Yeah, so quad witching. And so it's going to be a little bit crazier Friday than normal because of what's going on right now. But yeah, IMPP up, KZIA up. We're going to put red box here. We got Rev testing that low of the range again at 335s. Mullen moving up a few cents. Yeah. KZIA dipping down a little bit. Here's Mullen. Mullen up to 128. Still only moved about 5 cents so far in pre. About 5 cents. Yeah, it's crypto falling even more, man. Bitcoin down at 20.7 thousand. 20.7 thousand. All right, guys. Mullen up to 128s. REV at 320s. Bitcoin down to 20.7 thousand, 20.7 thousand. Mullen is up there. KZIA is still trying, and Revlon finally broke under that 335 level that everybody's kind of been talking about. So finally broke underneath it. And yeah, we'll see what happens, guys. Mullen up there. Redbox at 1109s. We got IMPP still at 60 cents. 60 cents. Do y'all think Revlon is going to come back today? I know they had the buyout rumor. Also, John, love the channel. Thanks. Thank you, Luke, my man. Hey, sorry, guys. John B, what we thinking? Revlon had 365. Support never broke. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, I don't know. Like I said, all I can do is look at the range here. $3, $3.50, $3.35, $3.65, $4. So yeah, never broke the top of the range, unfortunately. Yeah, Rev buyout. KVL, I think we're determining resistance 364 on Rev. Yeah, maybe, bro. IPP still dipping down here, so we're still watching that as well. We got Mullen up there to 120s here. KZIA was the other one that was kind of moving. Kind of pulling a somewhat of a U-shaped breakout style pattern there. Don't sleep on cable. Yeah, look at KZIA start to ramp here, guys. It's at 650s. So KZIA is starting to run. IPP pulling back to 60 cents. Look at Revlon back up there. So back up to 340s, holding at the VWAP here and still trying, it looks like. Fridays haven't been great for the market in recent months, plus a long weekend ahead. Keep that in mind. Late afternoon fade, maybe. Bitcoin getting smacked. Yeah, I see Bitcoin getting hit. All right, KZIA is at 660, 660s. All right, guys. KZIA is still trying. REV is right back up. IMPP is trying too. Yeah, I mean, long-term trend is insignificant for me, Larry. It just doesn't matter too much about the long-term trend. I'm just mostly just attacking a short-term trend. You know. Housing market competition dropped to a 15-month low in May. I heard Rev declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Is there a buyout as well? Chapter 11 is reorganizational, right? Or is that chapters? Man, I get them mixed up. Is that reorganizational bankruptcy or actual bankruptcy? To where they are going out of business. Which one is that? Yeah, JB, Fridays are usually not that great for me, unfortunately. Redbox down at 1050s, 1050s. KZIA still trying to hold. Redbox back up to 1110s already, so right back to where it was. All right, 60 cents. Redbox still testing. Revlon still at about 340, so it popped right back over that big level that we're watching. Still kind of hanging out, waiting for other stuff to show up. ONCR, I see it on the scanners, so we're watching that here. I do recommend everybody go follow me on Twitter, guys. We've been reporting a lot of this big penny stock news as soon as it comes out on Twitter. And so y'all go give me a follow on Twitter. I certainly appreciate it. We're trying to grow that currently here. So there's the link. It's twitter.com/beginnertrades. And yeah, we certainly appreciate it, guys. Yeah, 650s for KZIA. Redbox back up to 1120s here, guys. 1120s for Redbox. So starting to come back. IMPP is there. Revlon up to 340s. And yeah, y'all green or red so far today? Let me know. Yeah, Bitcoin's dumping down 20.6. Redbox is at 1160s. Catching back up in the chat here. Reorganizational, got you. Okay, so yeah, so that's not too bad then. Chapter 7 is bankruptcy, got you. Hey, no, where's Jones? Is there news on Redbox? Let me see. There should be. It looks like there's something going on with it. Warrant purchase 6,062,500 warrants to purchase shares of Class A common stock of Redbox. This is what's going on. Looks like the market's reacting positively to that. Closing sale price of warrants was only $1.62. Yeah, so that's the catalyst here. All right, so yeah, Redbox is entering into a warrant exercise agreement with Seaport, is what this is. It's at 1120s right now, 1120s. And we're covering this here on our Twitter as well. So again, go follow me on Twitter. It's at Beginner Trades. At Beginner Trades is our Twitter handle. We are reporting on this news on our Twitter. And here's the catalyst here. 1145s, 1150s almost for Redbox here. $650s for KZIA, still making moves up. IMPP is at about 60 cents. Redbox testing green on the day, trying to test green, trying to break green here. So Redbox green level just broke green. It was 1169, and it just broke over that previous closing price. So the green level was 1169, and Redbox just broke over it. So it's technically green on the day for Redbox here. Technically green. Revlon testing 335 low support level again. So that's trying to hold there. And IMPP is still consolidating right around 16 cents or 60 cents, I mean. Bullish or bearish on Redbox right now, guys? Let me know. Redbox SEC filing. Yeah, it enters into a warrant exercise agreement with another company. Yeah, Redbox, Netflix needs to buy them or something. All right, so Redbox back down, technically red on the day again. KZI is at 630s. Yeah, I mean, that buyout closes, but this is just momentum leading up to that, you know. All right, 644s for KZIA. Revlon back up to 340s here. Redbox still trying. Jeez, man. I've seen several red boxes near me and people always there. I guess it's cheaper than Netflix. Yeah, it's cheaper. You can get games a little bit earlier. Like I said, man, like you could either buy a movie for 20 bucks or you can get it at Redbox. And I think most people are just going to buy the movie for 20 bucks, or most people are just going to get it at Redbox, you know? And so that's kind of what's going on. That's the benefit of Redbox. The problem is most people would rather just buy it than drive all the way to a Netflix or a Redbox box. You know what I mean? I don't know. Have you used Redbox in the last 3 years? This is a really good question. In the last 5 years, I guess is a good question. Have you used Redbox in the last 5 years, guys? Let me know. You use Redbox in the last 5 years, guys? Let me know. Nope. 4 years. It has a streaming service. I love Redbox. No, nope. Spent $20 in gas to get there. I've never used Redbox. I've used Redbox a lot before, but I've never actually like used them in the last few years, at least. Not in the last few years. Redbox is at 11 right now. IMPP back over 60. Just screamed World of Warcraft 2 or 2 weeks ago. Rented it. IMPP up to 61 cents now. Revlon's still consolidating now. It looks like a new low is formed right around 315, 320 for Redbox, but who knows, man, where this one's going. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Spent 3 months at St. Jude in 2019, Rick says. Okay. Yeah, what's up, Daniel? There's no point for me to trade while the SPY is going down. Made that mistake yesterday. I mean, I'll trade when the SPY is going down. You know, like I don't mind trading when the SPY is going down. I make some of my most money when I'm shorting the market. Miss. No, I haven't used Redbox in 5 years. Yeah, I haven't used Redbox in probably a solid like 7. It's probably been about 7 years since I've used Redbox, give or take. But again, I mean, I understand its uses, but I think with streaming, Redbox is just done. I mean, there's no need for it anymore. And so with that, I think people are just not going to use it anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, what's up, Jim? Redbox is popular on the weekends, dude. This guy can't possibly ever get any clicks this way. Like, I don't know why he keeps coming here and spamming that. He can't ever get any clicks this way. Weren't they talking something crypto NFT a while back? Yeah, but they need just to partner up with Netflix. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. And I think Redbox is okay. It's at 1130s right now. Yeah, maybe other bots click it. Yeah, I still have a DVD player in my Xbox. You know, Xboxes have DVD players, which I think is where most people watch DVDs. It's nostalgic to rent physical copies of films. Yeah, we watched Back to the Future DVD not too long ago. You know, and it was fun. Yeah, for sure. I think most people probably watch DVDs through Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, I miss Blockbuster, man. I remember Hollywood Video too. It was fun, man. I remember good times. Reminds me of when I was young. You know. Yeah, Blockbuster was dope, dude. I'll give it credit. I always like Blockbuster. Are you freaking serious, bro? Like, unbelievable, man. You know? Unbelievable, bro. Ugh. Nasty. Sorry. Poker hands. Yeah, but streaming is far better than DVDs. And I mean, it's one of those things where in the end you can't hide from technology growth and evolution. You know, like people aren't going to rent videos anymore, people aren't going to buy physical video games anymore, and that's certainly done. You know, and like I get it, I'm not saying Redbox is done. Maybe Redbox does some other things long term that props it up, but we'll see. You know, it's already sold. Yeah, crazy week right now. What do you think Revlon will do at the Open? I really don't know. It's been mostly consolidating for the last like hour and a half. So it's been mostly sideways for an hour and a half or so. The quality of a 4K is way better than any stream. Yeah, but you can get ultra high quality streams too. I mean, 4K is not restricted just to video. You can get 4K rentals. You know, most of the rentals I get are in 4K. Yeah, I remember VHS tapes is really what I remember. So yeah, guys, again, let me know what you guys are watching. SIDU ended up just kind of breaking down here. Redbox is still over 11s though. Revlon is still testing lows, and then IMPP is at about 50 or 59 or 60 cents. The broader stock market has mostly been green all morning, but recently just dove red. My guess is from the Powell conference that came on. I forgot to cover that too, so my apologies. But the Powell conference came on, and I guess people are skeptical regarding, what he said. In the end, we'll see what happens. Vince McMahon stepping aside, misconduct allegations. So his daughter stepping in as CEO. Man, Vince. Again, guys, we got about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Let me know what you guys are watching the most right now. Not the same with stream. How many times does a stream glitch out? For me, no, never. I mean, it might have something to do with your internet, but for me, never. All right, guys. SPY bouncing back up to 366. We need Tesla to get to 650, and it was their pre-market. I remember everyone used Revlon makeup. Yeah, but now here's the real change in companies like Revlon. Okay. Here's the real change. All right, so looking at the biggest makeup brands in the world, Revlon's not even top 10. All right, P&G is number 1, Estee Lauder is number 2, Shiseido is number 3, Beiersdorf is number 4, LVMH is number 5, Kao is number 6, Coty is number 7, and J&J is number 8. And so here's the thing. Take skateboarding as an example, or you can look at makeup, for instance. When this type of stuff happens, over time, brands like makeup companies used to have to promote commercials and sponsors and all this stuff. Over time, the influencer market has regained some strength, I should say. And with that, I think that certain makeup brands that historically relied upon that type of movement are getting a little bit shut out by smaller up and coming brands that are being promoted by influencers. And so I think with that, Revlon is not doing that great. It's not doing that great. When was the last time you heard about Revlon products? Looking at fashion businesses, it's a 90-year-old company. 90-year-old company. Let me know what you guys think. I don't know. It's tough to really see. Oh crap. Let me get this out of the way. And so in the end, I think here's the best example I can use from my own personal experience is skateboarding, right? I used to skateboard. Back in the 90s and early 2000s, whenever a skateboarder wanted to go pro, they would have to get sponsors, and those sponsors would pay for like video production, all this different stuff, right? Boards, stuff like that. At this point in time, in this current market, skateboarders don't need a sponsor. Skateboarders don't need somebody to pay for their video edits. Skateboarders don't need a production company, because with the technology improvements that we've had over the last 20 to 30 years, people can promote it themselves. And so you don't need a sponsor in skateboarding. You can create your own videos, build your own following, monetize your own products online at this point in time. And it's the same thing with makeup, which is why you see a lot of influencers starting makeup brands, which is certainly edging out some of this historical big makeup brands they've had. And that's kind of what's going on, is that influencers are kind of curbing some of the old school makeup brands because, one, they can build a following better. They have free marketing and advertising, and they don't go into debt as easy as Revlon did because, frankly, they can promote it themselves with the following that they currently have. And so I think with stuff like this, you gotta jump on that wave and you gotta follow it. And I think Revlon is just strapped with debt. It is a reorganizational bankruptcy, so it's not like they're just closing their doors. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. All right, guys. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. MREO, take it off. Is it really? Sorry, typing up something. All right, guys. So I'm looking at the SPY as well. So the SPY broke down. We're consolidating roughly at red to green. MREO basically rejected heavy here. MMAT just bought a third company this year. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the biggest casino in the world. Hey, you know it, Paulie. Y'all ever make MREO taking off? Maybe it's Maybelline. Late start today. What I missed? Not much, man. We got some stuff gapping up. What's up, Owen? Me skating. Hey. All right, guys. Yeah. I feel bad. Their maintenance is really just more. Yeah, we'll see. Let me know if y'all think Revlon will come back. All right, guys. Redbox at 1080s, Revlon at 317s, KZIA at 619s, MREO is at 121s. We're still watching IMPP here, which is at 59 cents. 59 cents. And yeah, let's see what happens, guys. Redbox back over 11s, 3 minutes to the opening bell. Good luck today, team. Spot on the 365 60s. Good luck, team. All right, guys. Let me know if you're green or red so far in pre-market. I am slightly red. Slightly red. IMPP is trying to make a move back up here. We're going to definitely be watching Revlon. SIDU is at 630s. All right, guys, let's get ready for the open. Whew, take a sip of coffee, prepare ourselves. SPY break it down. Might be breaking lows of pre-market here on the market itself. So here's the SPY. There's Redbox. There's KZIA struggling. Here's the SPY itself here. It's breaking down under the lows, and the lows of pre-market are right down here at 364. All right, guys, there's the opening bell. Good luck, team. Redbox at 1090s at the opening bell. The SPY at 365.60s. We got IMPP right under 60 cents. Revlon is opening up right around 315. 315 Revlon open. SPY bouncing back slightly right at the opening bell here. SPY up to 365.75, testing 366. Redbox just dipped all the way down to 1050s or so. It's at 1060s now, bouncing back up a little bit. Revlon still consolidating around 3 at the open. Let's see if Redbox can bounce at 1040 or so. SIDU is starting to move up a little bit. It's at 640s, 650 or so. 640s to 650 here. Let me know anything else that's moving that I'm missing here. I mean, we're looking at a few things. Redbox is testing. SPY ramping up at 366. 366. Computer sounding like a rocket ship. I got to exit out of some stuff. Hey, which one? Oh, there you go. All right, guys. SPY back up to 367s. Testing 367s. Redbox creeping back up. It's at 1110, pulling a red to green move here. And the SPY looks good. It's breaking over VWAP. IMPP's dipping down a little bit. Redbox is over 11s. And then REV is at 304s, 305s here. So REV's trying. SPY's popping up. Our MREO. MREO is back up testing 130s. Trying to consolidate as well here. So we're watching MREO. IMPP's dipping down some. Redbox is again back over 1120. SPY rejecting at the VWAP at 367 whole dollar level. So the SPY is rejecting there. Redbox back up to 1120s here. SPY rejecting at VWAP. MREO's at 122, 123s here. I'm still looking at ELMS. It did break some highs for ELMS. Here's ELMS right here. It's at 40 cents, 40 cents. $0.42. Redbox is at 1120s, 1130s or so, trying to test that level. AERC trying. ELMS is ramping up. AERC is up to $19 a share. $19 a share. We are at 19 right now. 19 for AERC. SPY still trying to break over VWAP and hold. Hasn't yet. Redbox over VWAP now, though. Rev is still pretty slow. REV. And then MREO is kind of breaking highs as well here. MREO is at 134s, 135s now. SIDU is breaking down some. ELMS is pulling back to 40 cents or so. SPY still trying to go green on the day. Trying at least. SPY at 367s. So SPY actually going green. Let's see if it holds over previous close. But SPY wants to go green, it looks like. High of the day break just now on the SPY. We'll look to buy a little dip if we can hold here. ELMS is still trying to hold those highs up there, and MREO is still ramping up also. Revlon's pretty slow. It's at $3. Redbox still testing $11 support. We got a pullback in the SPY. Now we're popping back up here, but we need to wait for a little bit more of a dip in the market. REV still at 3. Let's see if we get a red to green move or something like that. MREO is still at 130s, and then ELMS is breaking highs again. Redbox just dumped under the VWAP here. SPY testing 367.50s. SID was down to 622, 623s. AERC. All right, market's still trending up. No red candle so far since the opening bell here. ELMS is breaking over highs. It's over 44 cents, and Redbox did hold 11s and is trying to come back. SIDU is even bouncing some as well. But right now, we got to wait for a dip to attack here. No, right now, we got to wait for a dip. AERC. Yeah, AERC is going up too. Revlon is just not doing much. AERC, huge dip. Wow, look at the dip at AERC here. And ELMS is up to almost 45 cents. Man, market hasn't. I'm waiting for a dip to the VWAP here for the market, but nothing yet. And look at ELMS just ramp up. It's at 46 cents. All right, we finally got a little pullback in the market here. We're going to buy 25 shares, 50 shares. Keep adding, maybe try to take a sizable position on this Friday. All right, we're in 75 shares of the SPY. Big position. Gonna have to add it back because we got faked out on 50. Back in with our 75. Trying to take a little bit larger size here on this Friday. It's quad witching day. Might add a little bit more. I didn't get a chance to. All right, we're in the 100 shares now. 100 shares on the SPY. Looking for a rebound bounce. Trying to take a larger position here. We got the VWAP. We got the previous closing price right around the same areas. All right, covering. Covering. There we go. 25 shares left on the SPY. Maybe add back to it on the pullback too. All right, we're in 50 shares again. Covering. See if we can ride this up a little bit more. All right, so made a little bit of money there. Maybe going to start taking some larger sizing at the opening bell. That's kind of what I've been trying to do. Yeah, what's up, Walter? 50 shares. Kind of trying to attack this range and momentum for the SPY. 25 shares left. Maybe add on a dip if we can. All right, we're in the dip. 50 shares again. Covering. Trying to ride this up as safely as I can. All right, 50 shares again. Covering. $50 shares again. $75, 100 shares. Might be getting faked out on right now, though. We took a 100 share position. Yeah, we're about break even on the SPY today, so that's good, I guess. 100 shares now. There we go. Covering. All right, so we made about $25 on the SPY today, solely at the open in the first 10 minutes or so. So not bad. I'm going to get in with 25 more shares on this dip of the SPY and attack this upward trend. All right, we covered there again. I'm about 39 minutes or so here. ELMS has been the one ramping up mostly today. We still have AERC trying, but SIDU is starting to come back some as well here. Here's SIDU. We're at 660s for this one, 660s. So it's trying to come back. We got some down wicks on the SPY too here. Cover there, about 31 on the SPY today. ELMS is trying to rebound too here. No, TOS isn't freezing for me at least, brother. You know, ADN. Yeah, ADN's trying as well. All right, there goes the SPY testing the top of the range here, bouncing right off the VWAP. Redbox is dumping down. VERU is at 1240s now. 1240. SPY at the top of the range. So the SPY's doing okay. SPY ripped up to 368s here. 368 rebound on the market here. ELMS is testing the highs. We're going to buy 25 shares. Cover. All right, so up about $35, about 10 minutes into the market. Green on the day nicely here and starting to scale up some. Again, when I scale up, though, my big thing is like I need to have the discipline to wait and not just continue to scale up all day. And so I can scale up at the open when I think I have an edge with momentum. But once it starts to slow down, I have to stop trading. SIDU pulling back to 660s. ELMS is still trying as well. Again, Bitcoin bouncing back a little bit. It's at 20.8 thousand, 20.8 thousand. Market flying up here, guys. Flying up. All right, guys. So market finally giving us a dip. We're going to buy the 25 shares here. See if we get a quick little pop back up. Just a big range here. So we're going to cut that and get out mostly break even. See what the Q looks like. Q's doing even better than the SPY. It looks like they're just about the same. Beautiful bounce on the Q. Made a little bit on the Q just now. ELMS dipping down. SIDU still struggling to hold. VERU is probably the biggest ramp this morning. Look at VERU, guys, flying here. Flying. Market basically filled the gap down. All right, go. Market's still consolidating here. It looks like it still wants to break high, so we're going to take 25 shares. I'll break even now. All right, cover a little piece there. All right, scalping the Q. Oh, crap, dude. Oh, my gosh, bro. Oh, my gosh. Oh, cover. Oh, my gosh. What is this? Dude, all right. Whew, man, I accidentally made some money on the Q. For whatever reason, I messed up on TOS, but it worked out here. We ended up shorting it right around this top, so luckily it worked out. Look at VERU. VERU hasn't had a red candle in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. It's been since VERU had a red candle. 9 minutes. We're going to buy 25 shares of the SPY and try to attack these down wicks that we're seeing, these hammer candles. There we go. Got to cover that. Up about 50 on the day in 15 minutes, so not a bad day so far. Yeah, CELMS is pulling back to 45 cents now. Yeah, man, I ended up trying to cover quickly on my Q trade and shorting 90 shares, but somehow it worked out for me. So, but man, VERU guys, 1280s for VERU. 1280s, crazy move, to be honest. Here's a ridiculous move. Ridiculous move, to be honest. SPY up to 368s. Q still moving up, man. Look at VERU, guys. Redbox back over 11 as well, but VERU absolutely flying here. Crazy, crazy move. Why is VERU flying? Does anybody know? Short squeeze is what this looks like. 32% short float, 64 million in the float. So smaller float in a large short float. Sets it up for a potential short squeeze is what this looks like to me. Yeah, AMC's ripping up too. Looks good. GameStop ripping up. All right, we're scalping the Q again as well here. Gonna add to this dip here in the Q. 15 shares or 30 shares now. Losing on the trade at this point, but hopefully it'll rebound here. Trying to take larger positions today for quad wishing day. Here's 20 shares, 50 shares of the Q now. Give it one more chance to bounce back up. Pretty close to cutting this. Chart's frozen on TOS. Gonna give the Q a chance to bounce here. 50 shares. All right, we're gonna take a piece off there. Still in the Q, 25 shares. Trying to be patient with this. Cut a little piece there. 10 shares left in the Q. And I do want to tell you guys, if y'all want to trade like me, the same exact strategies I'm using right now, you can use on Top Step in the futures market. And you can trade the SPY or basically the E-mini. If you look at the SPY today, we're up the most on the SPY. And if you look at this bottom right chart, this is the E-mini. It does the exact same thing. If you zoom out, it's the same price action. You know, look, same exact price action. This is the same as this. And you can trade the bottom right chart with no PDT rule, instant settlement in futures, shorting ability going long. And so you can trade the futures market in equities or in commodities on Top Step, they fund you. So basically, they give you a demo. If you can hit their target while following their rules, they'll fund you between 50 up to over 100K. No PDT rule in futures. This company is the gold standard. They've been around for over 10 years, regulated in the US. They're really the funded account program that everybody else copies off of. And I think it's a great way to get started because it's a lot cheaper. It's only $160 minus 20% if you use my link. And you can try out the futures market, try to get funded yourself, and get around the PDT rule pretty easily there. You can also check out BitGet if you want to do the same thing in crypto. Crypto has been very volatile, but a lot of people are shorting crypto and making money, and you can short crypto on BitGet. You can also copy other profitable traders with leverage and day trade and short and do a lot of things. You can create trading bots on BitGet, all that good stuff, and they are regulated for US users. There's the link for that as well if you're interested. Both of those links are right there. We're going to buy some more of the SPY here on this dip. 20 shares. Cover a piece. Cover some more. All right, so we're up about 40 on the SPY today. And again, you can trade the same thing in the futures market. ADN going. ELMS is trying. Here's ADN. It's at 350s, 360s. Yeah, blue is ramping up too. It's at 380s. Big rejection at the top for the SPY, but we're going to go long on this one. Cover. All right, so we're up about 40 today. Over $50 in stocks. See if we can make it a $100 day. Yeah, but it's all relative to the stock, Larry. You know, if you look at VERU, it's a pretty big move for VERU. You know, just looking at the curve, regardless of like range, you can see the curve is a parabolic curve for at one point in time, and so it's all relative to the stock, I guess. And to be honest, Larry, I mean, it's kind of a subjective thing. No offense to you, Larry. And listen, I appreciate you, brother, but like, it does seem like you're pretty commonly just disagreeing with everything I say, you know? And so, like I said, I appreciate you, but at a certain point, you know, it just seems like you're waiting to disagree, especially over like a subjective thing, like what's considered a huge move or what's considered a big rip, you know, so forth and so on. Q SPY breaking highs today. We're at 369s. 369.04s. I don't know if there's a way to show percentages here. We're waiting to maybe buy this pullback on the Q. SPY dipping down a little bit. All right, so we're not doing bad so far. It looks like AMC and GameStop are ripping up the most. Joe, you know I am John the Tyrannical, bro. I am John the Tyrannical, sir. But no, VRU, big green move. Big green move. Relative to the range of VRU, it's pretty big. And the volume is definitely above average as well for it. SIDU's trying to come back. VRU just broke highs again. It's at 1296. Good day for me so far, though. Yeah, and I get it, Larry. I guess what I'm trying to say is like certain things are just subjective. And so like there's no real reason to say, hey, you're wrong here over a subjective thing. It's like saying I like chocolate cake. You know, it's like somebody else could say I don't like chocolate cake and they could argue about why vanilla is better. But like that's not really going to do anything and just create arguments, especially over very subjective things, you know. SPY is at 368, dipping down a little bit. I don't know if I trust this dip, and so we're going to jump in with like 10 shares. And then if we make a little bit, that's good. And if not, we'll wait. And just to clarify, I love chocolate cake. Chocolate cake is definitely better than vanilla. I mean, let's just be real here for a second. Adding another 10 shares to this, see if we get a quick pop, which we did, and we're going to cover here. Starting to bounce back up. I'm tempted to cover here, but I guess I'll wait. There we go. Looks like a good thing I waited. So we're up about 60 on the day, guys. About 60 on the day. We're going to make a push for a $100 day. We're not even 30 minutes into the day, so we still got some time. SPY breaking highs again today. BLU's pulling back to that 370 level. Carrot cake is horrible. I don't trust anybody that eats carrot cake, you know. Yeah, you know. Eduardo, I'm going to make this post big and wide so everybody can see it and boost my ego here. Hey, thank you, DS. I appreciate you. REV, is it back? Redbox still looking okay. Blue pulling back to VWAP here. REV is back, guys. Look at REV here. It's at 360s right now. Let's see if it makes some moves. Yeah, Red Velvet I can mess with. I like Red Velvet. AMC bouncing at 1250s too. Big upwick on the market. Let's see if we can buy this little dip with 10 shares. Thumbs down for the carrot cake comment, bro. If you eat pineapple and pizza or like carrot cake, I just don't trust you, man. I mean, listen, that's just the truth. You know, you can never trust somebody that likes carrot on cake. Two don't go together, you know. Pineapple and pizza doesn't either, you know. Just not trustworthy, in my opinion. Rev is at 350s. And so we'll see if it holds. 335 still kind of a big level. You can see we broke over that, held support, and then moved back up. Cream cheese icing is the GOAT. Carol doesn't like cream cheese icing. But, like, she said she didn't like it, but then I made cinnamon rolls, and I didn't tell her it was cream cheese icing, and she loved them. And then afterwards, I was like, you know what that is? Cream cheese icing. You know? And she was like, now she had to admit she liked it. All right. SPY dipping down. We're going to add some more to this now on the dip. Try to ride the pop. But eventually this is going to stop working. I mean, I've been doing this all day, buying these little dips. Eventually it's going to stop, and I just got to have a tight risk and not get the deer in the headlight look when it stops working. Because it's worked every single time I've done it so far for the most part. And we're pulling back to a major support level. But again, if it doesn't work, we got to sell. And we're all pretty extended away from VWAP here. Yeah, I'm just going to cut that and just wait. So small loss. SIDU is testing 7s. AMC at 1245s. Friend had a class of kindergarten, got veggie and Hawaiian pizza. Guess how many pieces were eaten? 0. Red Velvet is just chocolate. That's all it is. I mean, you know. All right, so it looks like it was a good exit here, but we're going to try this dip now. Might be a little extended on the dip. We'll take 20 shares of this one even. See if we get a quick little bounce. Cover into the bounce. Add back on the drop. And then get ready to cut this one too, because this looks like it's turning against me now. All right, I can't get the deer in the headlights look. Okay, we'll basically break even trade there. Well, that's good. Bro, carrot cake is just not good. Man, it's just not good, bro. You eat it, you get these little pieces of like weird texture food stuck in your mouth. They just don't, it's just not good, man. Let's just be honest here. All right, big downwick here on the SPY. So we're going to add to that downwick. We got a downwick that might indicate some buying momentum coming through here. But if we break the low of this candle, we're just going to cut it. All right, back up to break even on this position. Q is still dropping though. All right, we scalped some on the Q. We're actually green on this position now too. Yeah, oatmeal with no raisins. I like oatmeal cookies, but raisins, eh. Not natural for food, you know? All right, starting to move back up for the SPY. We're at 368.50s here in 10 shares. All right, nice, Owen. Cinnamon sprinkled Hawaiian. That kind of sounds good. I might eat it, but I'll never admit it. Try to pop up. Nah, we'll cut that. All right, guys. So market's starting to slow down. We had some nice momentum here. Nice little day so far, and we'll see if we can pick it up. AMC finally dipping down to 1230s. VRU dipping down. Revlon still up there. Redbox still trying to consolidate and hold. Market flushing a little bit now, down to 374s, making the angle a little bit harder to attack. 374.50 for the Q might bounce, and then on this one we have the support level at this area right around the VWAP here. I'm going to buy this up only with small size, but maybe try to take a larger range trade because we've got the VWAP, we've got a major support or resistance area right around this spot. And so I think we do have some support here that we could capitalize on. But aside from that, it's going to be small because if it doesn't and it starts to really break down, it can break down fast. Revlon bouncing at that same 335 low range that we had earlier and still trying. VERU finally dipping down a little bit some as well. All right, starting to flush here. Signaling my time to exit this one and just wait for a better trend now. All right, guys, so the market is flushing a little bit. Market's starting to flush. Revlon's still trying. VERU still trying as well. SIDU starting to creep back up as well. Let's see. SIDU. Revlon still trying. VRU dipping down a little bit, but here's SIDU. It's at 680s, guys. 680s here. So we're watching that. SPY still breaking down here. All right, guys. So Q and SPY are trying to bounce up a little bit. The Q looks slightly better than the SPY does. SIDU just broke over highs. It's at 7 now. 7 on the day. And we're not going to push too hard here. Pancakes. Pancakes are easily better than waffles, unless it's Waffle House waffles, because those are better than everything. But like, aside from that, pancakes are, you know, better for sure. Can Rev do a short squeeze? Yes. Rev is 30, 40, 50% short float in some places. So yeah, Rev could be a short squeeze. Low float, high short float. Market's still breaking down pretty heavily here. VRU pop back up. SIDU is still over these levels here. Market's consolidating sideways though right now. And so there's no real trend at this point. It is a Friday. It is quad witching Friday too, I think. So, yeah. Market trying to rebound here. Let's see if we can get over the VWAP. Spy testing previous close, or spy testing VWAP here. Revlon finally dipping down to that SID finally dipping down to that $7 level here. Rev is still trying. It's at 350 or so now, just under 350. So it's trying. We'll see. We are going long on the queue currently. 10 shares. Let's see what the spy does. Added more to the queue, but maybe it was a bad idea. I mean, we're starting to break down here. Mostly sideways trend. We break under 374, we're going to have to cut it. And we're testing that level now, so it's likely that we're going to break under it. Hopefully not, though. All right, starting to get some rebound here. 20 shares left. Small little trade so far, though. I'll just prepare this to cut it if I need to. SIDU dipping down some. Revlon still sideways consolidation. Pancake swap. Pancake swap is freaking ridiculous, man. If anybody even knows how to use pancake swap, I'm impressed. Pancake swap, you got to take the sparkly dust and turn it into this, and then take that sparkly dust that you get and then turn it into pancakes, and then take those pancakes and flop them 7 times before you can get your Bitcoin. And then before you get your Bitcoin, you got to sprinkle sparkly dust on that Bitcoin before you can turn it into pancakes, before you can then turn it back into Bitcoin, is basically the logic of pancake swap. I still have no idea how to use it. It looks like it was designed by like a 12-year-old prodigy. Okay. Never used pancake swap because of it. All right, we're going to cut this now. And the market might rebound here, but again, we're in no man's land. We're sideways. Still green. Very green on the day. Market's starting to break down. SPY might be hitting previous closing price. AGRI is going up, but it's pretty low share count or pretty low volume count. 20 to 40,000 shares traded per minute. It's pretty light, I would say. SPY and Q starting to break down, though. Sorry to hear that, Tiny. It's a tough week. It's been sideways and slow. It's one of those weeks where you gotta limit your sizing, unfortunately. Market's mostly sideways right now too, guys, so y'all just be careful. Yeah, all good. Yeah, as long as you're trading small, that's what you got to do. AGRI dipping down a little bit. Redbox still starting to pop back up. It's at 1120s, 1130s. SIDU is at 690s right now. All right, guys. Market's starting to come back a little bit, bouncing around 274 for the Q. SPY bouncing at where's the SPY? Let me see. SPY bouncing at 366 previous closing price for the S&P or for the SPY here. Look at the previous closing price bounce. It's one of the reasons you should be watching it. Again, I'm not trading yet though. Right now we have a very sideways trend and it's a Friday, so we're green and we're just gonna wait. Where's Trader Carol? She's taking the day off, man. She doesn't have to be here every day. Just sometimes, you know, she'll probably be back next week. But it's Friday, you know. She's just chilling. Right, for sure, Tony. That's it, man. Tatooine, lake salt. You know it. I thought you meant the wait. Look at CMRA halted here. 394 is for CMRA. Yeah, no, you don't need the Tatooine lake salts. You need the ruby red, super green hairspray on the eggs first. Okay. Rev is up there to Ruby Rod. Is it Ruby Red or Ruby Rod? I don't know. Waiting for 20K on Bitcoin and 1K on ETH. Yeah. KZIA. It's down. It's down big. SPY Q markets are trending sideways mostly. Ruby Rod. Yeah, you need the Ruby Rod. Super green hairspray. Rev at 370 is breaking highs here. SPY still testing lows, really. Or testing the previous closing price, I mean. All right, Q, SPY both breaking down, starting to go to a downward trend, and the SPY is technically red on the day now. It's at 366.50s or so, 366.50s. Market's really breaking down, guys, flushing down here. We have an upside down U-shaped breakout on the SPY and Q. Big red action here for the SPY. Technically red on the day now. You can see it's testing the lows of the day on the SPY, which are currently at 365.50s. All right, scalping the Q a little bit on the downside now, shorting mostly. My bad, just shorted the Q. Might attack the SPY on the downside too here. I think we're testing lows, so I'm going to predict a bounce up first, like this. Start to scale into a sizable position here on the SPY. So we're testing lows of the day here, and this is usually where I don't buy low of the day breaks, but I short into the pops. 50 shares. We'll try to get 100 here and really take a swing. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's all good. 75 shares. One more position. All right, there's 100 shares here. So we're in 100 shares of the SPY. Certainly a little bit larger than I take normally. And we're just going to try to be as patient as we can with this. Maybe a bad decision, but again, I mean, I like to attack this downward momentum on these small pops, and usually these small props are pretty reliable. Now, of course, though, nothing's 100%. Let's see if we get the break. All right, we're close to break even now. We are getting a little bit of a flush here, and I guess we could add maybe another 50 shares to this, but I think I'll probably not do that. That's a little bit too much risk. All right, we're roughly break even. That's good. Slightly green now, slightly break even. We're just going to wait here and see if we get the flush that we want. There we go. All right, we'll cover a piece, 50 shares left. Maybe add some more too now that we've been able to get out of some of that risk. So like once we tap these lows like this, we'll cover a little bit more and then add some back on a bounce. All right, there's the bounce. We'll add some here, get in 50 again. Another bounce, we'll add some more up to 366. Since we have a nice little edge in terms of position sizing and average. All right, we're gonna cut a little bit more. Hold the rest for a low break if we get it. Here's the low of the day break. Trying to break lows at least. There's the breakdown. Nice. And we'll cover into that. We're going to add to that, cover into it. All right, so we're up about 70 on the SPY here on that trade. Up about $70 on the day here as well. And so, like I said, we're going to push for a $100 day. Yeah, not bad. We got a pop up here. We're going to short into this pop too. 25 shares. Just broke down, up about 75 on the day now. Dude, you're not buying, you're selling short the SPY. Yep, I am shorting the market because the market is breaking down, sir. Like I said, I short pretty often. I mean, I don't short penny stocks, but I will short the market. 100% will short the market. Frankly, because the market has been breaking down. So if you're not shorting it, it's very difficult to make money. And we're day trading. So, I mean, of course, we're shorting the market. I just made a little bit on the Q as well. Like I said, here's my P&L on the day. Yeah, REV tapping over fours. For a split second, it's back down to 380s right now, 380s. Meanwhile, the market is breaking down, testing lows. And again, that upside down U shape is powerful, man. Yep, it's not a moral implication. Like me shorting the SPY does not hurt the SPY at all, man. And me shorting the SPY for 2 minutes doesn't hurt the SPY at all. Now, you short a low float penny stock that only has a few million shares in the float, that might hurt them, especially if you're holding that short longer term. But like short term, me shorting momentum on the SPY does nothing bad. It's not moral at all. It's just, like I said, people are so programmed to say short's bad by mostly, the meme group that they don't actually look at it objectively and say, is shorting not trading, MySpace? I mean, I don't know. Shorting is a part of trading, right? All right, we're covering a little bit more, up about 80 on the day. Just riding this downward momentum that we get when we see it break under this previous closing price. Oh, okay, Billy. All good. No, I'm not buying the SPY. I don't know when I said I was buying the SPY. Today I'm shorting it. Oh, all good, Billy. Okay, my bad. Misinterpreted. Rev is still trying to hold. We'll see if it does. Q bouncing up a little bit. So is the SPY. We'll give it time to bounce up to a reasonable bounce this time. The Q is exactly at the upside down V-shaped level. So we're bouncing up a little bit now. But I think a lot of people are anticipating another drop here. And we'll see. Hey, what's up, Max? Shorting the Q now is what I'm doing. I might be finally getting squeezed out of a position. We're in 30 shares at the Q here. We're ultimately waiting for it to drop, but looks like we're finally getting stopped out of something on the upside. We'll give it a second, actually. I like the upwick that we just got. As long as we don't fill that upwick immediately, we're still okay. And we did, so yeah, it's a sign to cut it. Lost about $10 there on that trade, but pretty small. Still up 70-something on the day. See what the SPY does here. Forward below 11. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. Yeah, some people come here and attack shorting, and so I think people are a little defensive on it. You know, I think people just, I think eventually we're conditioned to react, you know. Like I said, the best way I could describe it on YouTube is standing in front of hundreds of people and having peanuts thrown at you and trying not to get mad about it. You know, that's kind of what I feel like in shorting. All right, guys. So we are shorting the SPY still. Still shorting it. Up about 90 alone on the SPY today. Did get the flush we were initially looking for here that we originally got faked out on the Q. All right, so we're up about 90 on the day. About 90. There's the P&L. Okay. Okay. Here, turn that off, baby. It's going good. See, here's Carol.
Hey, guys.
Here, I don't know if they can see you. Yeah, so we're up almost $100 today. Almost 100. You know, we are up. Currently, we're up about $88. Hey, what's that noise here? You got to tell Jack to turn that off if you're going to leave the door open, because stream can hear that too. I'm sorry, baby. Thank you. There you go. Yeah, sorry. My son listens to like Minecraft stuff all day, every day.
Morning, everyone. Just coming in to see what the market's doing. I feel like I've been
market's breaking
it.
down. Yeah, you'll kind of get into a flow state when you watch it every day, but here's the SPY itself, so it's down.
I feel like this was the worst week to really start to try to
No, man, it's a good week. It's a perfect week for it because you can understand the volatility that comes from all of this stuff. It really is. It's a good week to learn and grow as a trader because it kind of shows you you know, how to do all this stuff. All right, so we're shorting the SPY, and it doesn't matter which way in day trading. It doesn't matter which way we're attacking here. We're still in a Q short right now. On this bounce, we're going to short into more, anticipating a low break here. 20 shares, 25 shares. We'll keep it at that and see if we break down. There we go.
Here.
All right, baby. I love you.
Love you. All right, y'all.
Everybody thank Carol.
Y'all have a good weekend. Sure, I'll see y'all next week.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to actually talk to you about something. All right, we're going to get out of the queue pretty soon here. Is it going to reject? Okay, we're just going to cover here for a $5 or $6 loss here. Hold on. All right, guys. Sorry. Yeah. Like I said, we're going to push for $100 today. No guarantee that we're going to hit it or not. And if I see the momentum starting to slow down, and if I put in like a big reel of losses, then we're just going to stop trading. Close to $100 is better than no $100. And so, yeah, we're going to see how it goes. Hopefully we get some momentum in the market, you know. Hey, later, Ado. Have a good day, brother. All right. We're going to short the Q here, anticipating a flush right around these lows because we're right around these lows here. So we're going to short 25 shares of the Q and add up to another 15 shares here on a pop, anticipating a low of the day break. There's a hammer candle as well. So 40 shares in the Q. Not going to hold this forever either, though. Like I said, we'll see if this Q holds. But if not, if it starts to break, we'll just get out. Right around the lows. Big bounce. Again, though, I'm going to try to be patient with this. My music might have just gone out, guys. If it did, my apologies. There we go. So we're back almost to green in futures, or in the Q here. There we go. Better. Again, though, I'm really going to hold into this and see if it breaks down here, which is what we want. We want the Q to break. SPY's breaking lows now, which should be good for this position as well. There we go. We're going to cover a piece there. 20 shares left of the Q. Catching the breakdown. Lovely. 10 shares left. Going to try to ride this test to the previous close. Big flush. Even more dropping here. We're going to cover that. We are almost at our $100 level. We might stop it here. I don't know. We are up we are up $99, guys. 99 bucks. SPY popping up a little bit after breaking lows. Still looking weak. There we go. All right, so we just made a little $100 on the SPY itself today. So we did break 100. We're at $101.18. Not a bad end of the week here. We are up $101 today, mostly trading the Q and SPY. Here's the SPY. Here's the Q. Nice little downward trend to make some money off of today. And so not too shabby, guys. We will take it. You as well, Larry. Thanks, brother. Astros play against the White Sox. Yeah, for sure. Haven't heard music all morning. Has music been playing? It might be too low to play. But yeah, guys, with that said, good luck. Like I said, y'all check out BitGet. BitGet's really dope because it allows you to trade crypto futures with leverage, with up to 125 times leverage. And a lot of people are scared right now in the crypto market. But the reality of it is some of these times right now, number one, on BitGet, you can short. So you can short crypto. And so it's like, if you hate crypto, if you think crypto is going to go down, freaking short it, guys. Short it. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money anywhere, but like I promise you, there's a lot of traders that are making a lot of money shorting crypto right now. Bitcoin, you can get up to 125 times leverage shorting. So you put up 1,000, they'll give you 125K. So if you really believe in Bitcoin's demise, short that thing, man. Also, you can trade any of these here: Mana, XAM, Shiba Inu, Dash, AVAX, Solana, Matic, Ethereum, XRP, EOS, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, Cardano, Ethereum Classic, Chainlink. All these coins right here, you can short, go long with leverage, guys. So check it out. You can also copy other profitable traders. So they give you a demo. If you can hit their target while following their rules, they'll fund you between 50 up to over 100K with an 80% split. You can see which kind of list they have here. And there's a lot of really profitable traders. If we look at their copiers P&L, some of these guys have made bank for their copy traders. If we look at their total P&L, this guy's making $254,000 on this platform, up 188%. And this is a lady. She has made 188% ROI, and you can copy them trade for trade. You just got to research these guys well. And there's a lot of traders here. So if you keep going back, this guy's up 60%. This guy's up 26%. And you can see this guy's up 152%. And you can copy him like this. You go to follow, and you specify how much you want to follow him. Multiplier, so like 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, leverage. Or you can do it smaller size, so 0.25 to 1. So if they buy 1,000, you buy 250, so forth and so on. And so you can make money as a copy trader. Of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but you can also set stop losses as well here. I can say, hey, if they lose 50%, cut it, take profit ratio, all that good stuff. And then they also have this new futures bot trading, basically. So you can basically set up AI trading here. You can set up AI trading and, figure out what you want to do. So, hey, I can say, hey, lowest price is 50 or whatever you want to do. And you can set up your own AI trading. You can get a glimpse of what's going on in the markets as well on BitGet, or you could just regularly invest. You can regularly invest. You can buy Bitcoin. You can buy Ethereum. They've got a bunch of these altcoins you can't find elsewhere either. And they're always adding new ones with their Launchpad section, which basically allows you to get in some of their brightest projects now in early stages with their native token. And you can see the latest one is REVO. It's ongoing right now. And you can kind of see all this stuff, register, get tickets, get free airdrops, all that good stuff for some of these coins here. And like I said, really dope crypto platform that you can use if you're in the U.S. You can use them if you're in the U.S. And you can do third-party deposit payments, trader-to-trader payments, crypto deposits. And if you do third party, you can get your coin within 5 to 30 minutes using Apple Pay, Visa, MasterCard, Google Pay, all that good stuff. And yeah, you can deposit all these, stable coins as well. And yeah, get your coin within 5 to 30 minutes. Really dope crypto platform. Great way to help support the channel. And I'll put this link out here if you want to help support your boy here. Pretty cool platform, to be honest. Again, though, don't forget to check out TopStep as well. TopStep funds traders and futures. And so they give you a demo. If you can hit their target while following their rules, they'll fund you between 50 up to over 100K. And again, this is really good if you want to trade my strategies as well. Remember, there's no PDT rule in crypto futures or commodity futures like TopStep. And if I look at the E-mini on this bottom chart, you can see these are the same two charts. And I can trade this bottom right one with no PDT rule in commodity futures. So I can trade this on TopStep, this bottom right chart with no PDT rule, instant settlement. You could short just like I am, go long just like I am, using the same strategies in the futures market, a few subtle differences. But again, if you want to check that out, here's the link as well. Great way to help support the channel. Check out Benzinga. You can find the link in the description. You can try them out completely free for 2 weeks without even needing a credit card number. And so check that out as well. With all of that said and out the way, though, guys, we're going to go ahead and close it down. I hope everybody has a beautiful weekend, a beautiful Friday. And yeah, good luck, guys. Good luck. We'll see you guys next time.